Yes, I decided to
Come
send
on,
you something to your WhatsApp specifically for the speakers link. So use that link instead.
No, not link. ID.
ID. Use that ID instead.
Yeah, join.
Yeah, display. Okay.
That's what
everybody. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Good morning, everybody. You're welcome to TWPS 2021 conference. The focus is on safety in design, and the theme for this year is prevention through design, a key in construction safety. So I'd just like to say welcome to all the attendees, our speakers, and all the participants. Okay, I can see Engineer Bamdili Idris, one of our speakers. You're welcome, sir. Engineer Jamil Badmos, welcome, sir. Good morning.
Good morning all. And thank you for inviting me, thank you.
Okay, I can see we have an influx of attendees. Aaron Mutale, Adeboye Ogunpolu, Ademola Idowu. You're welcome. Caleb Sikawe. I can see that we have a few people who are not Nigerians. You're welcome to this conference. We'll be starting with the welcome speech soon. We are just waiting for a few more people to join in. Then we will begin the program as scheduled. For people who are just coming in, good morning. Welcome to TWPS 2021 conference. The focus for this year is safety in design, and the theme is prevention through design, a key in construction safety. So today we'll be having a few speakers who will throw more light on the subject matter and enlighten us on the importance of safety in design and the role that we as individuals, engineers, architects, structural builders, all have in ensuring safety across board. I can see Nicholas Akahome, Mustafa Sheu, Micheline Miko, Olufemi Fayokun, Paul Agube, Paul Abude, Faz Izwane. Good morning, everybody. Engineer Priska Kanebi, good morning, ma. You're welcome to the conference. Okay, Ms. Monica also, you're welcome, ma.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Good to be here. Thank you for this invite.
Good morning, ma'am. You're welcome, ma'am.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. It's nice being here. Thank
Good
you
morning,
for the
sir.
invitation. Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, Engineer Jumade. Welcome, sir.
Good morning, everyone. Nice to be here.
Good morning. Good morning, Mr. Azan. You're welcome to the conference. Okay, so we'll just wait for a few more participants to join. And once it's 10:15, the DGC of TWPS will take his welcome speech.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to TWPS Conference 2021 Safety in Design Conference. Welcome to Tilayo. Welcome, Yusuf Asumo. Welcome, Shakirat Bolatito. We have over 100 people on board now. We are waiting for more people to join, and we commence by 10:15 with welcome speech. Welcome, Jacob. Welcome, Best Frank. Welcome. Good morning. Welcome, Oki Olabodunrin. Welcome. Welcome, Onsura Bimbola. Welcome. Welcome, Monica. Welcome, Olufemi Fayokun. Welcome, Paul.
Okay, so the DG CEO of TWPS will now commence with his welcome speech. DG, you can take the stage, sir. DG, sir. DG, sir.
Good morning to all our registered panelists, moderators, speakers, and of course, our team from TWPS. We welcome you all to TWPS 2021 webinar conference. I am so glad to have you here. This year's focus is on safety in design with the theme, Prevention Through Design, a key in construction safety. This conference is well packed with educative topics, which will enlighten us and improve our knowledge in ensuring us to put safety in design from the design stage when the architects are actually doing the drawing. So we can correct all these things from the beginning instead of when we start construction. As you all know, preventive measures are more important in safety. Let me just give you one idea of safety, one word or spelling. S, start, search for the hazards. A, analyze the risk. F, find the cause. E, eliminate the cause. T, tell others. And why you are safe. Our speakers and panelists are ready to take us on this ride to ensure we all enjoy this conference to the fullness. I can guarantee you that, because the best and the best worldwide are the ones speaking today. We know them, we've seen them, they've spoken so many places all over the world that I have witnessed with other people. To me, these are one of the best in the country at the same time in Nigeria. Thank you for joining this conference. My name is Crown Prince, Honorable Akim Dixon, the DG CEO of TWPS, Total Workplace Safety Management System. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Akim Dixon, for that lovely opening remarks. We are going to start with the first speaker, which is Engineer Jami Badmos. His profile is going to be read for us to understand who he is.
Engineer Jami Badmos has over 21 years experience in HSSEQ, Business Sustainability and Enterprise Risk Professional. He is an international MBA and Executive Masters in Project Management. He's a member of 7 fellows in leading professional bodies, which includes International Institute of Risk and Safety Management, UK. He's an Association of Enterprise Risk Management Professional, Emergency Crisis and Risk Management Institute, Nigerian Institution of Safety Engineers, Nigerian Institute of Power Engineers, Society for Energy Administrator, and Institute of Management Consultant. He's the Executive Director, Strategies, the Safety Advocate. He's the founding partner of Finsbury Hens Limited. He's the convener QHSES Leadership Network, which is a personal social responsibility initiative. He's IRCA certified lead auditor in OHS and QMS and is certified protection officer. He has several awards, which includes AfriSafe, NIDA Safe, Nigerian Risk Award, Risk Ambassador, etc. He is an alumnus of Harvard School of Public Health, Lagos Business School, Econ Academy Sweden, Mississippi State University, Peculiar Institute, and their education Scotland.
Thank you, Moji, for that wonderful presentation. We are going to hand over the event to Engineer Jami Badmos, who is going to talk on safety in design, opportunity to influence safety outcome. Engineer Jami, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you very much, the moderator. With due respect and humility to the leaders present and all the participants, all praises and adorations are due to the Almighty Wise Creator, the first without a beginning and the last without an end. I celebrate all of us here present today. I celebrate total workplace safety. I celebrate my DG. A DG is always a DG. There's nothing called former DG. Once you become a DG, you are a DG. I celebrate you, sir. The topic today is safety in design, SID, opportunity to influence safety outcomes. I will want us to look at this topic critically and follow up as we move from one level to the next level, trying to link what we are discussing to all aspects of our life. First and foremost, after I've given salutation to the Almighty Wise Creator, I salute all the audience present here today. I salute the organizer of this conference, and I salute all the leaders all the way from other parts of the world. From Zimbabwe, I've seen people from Ghana, I've seen people from other parts of the world. This is a very great one that we Africans, we are also ready to move at a pace, at a level that we understand occupational health and safety, and that is the level it is going to. And thank you all for coming. Now, I celebrate all the leaders of the women's safety and see them online, Monica Wusu and others. I greet all of you. I recognize all of you, Azabin Azan, and then everybody I recognize you, and I celebrate you all. On this basis, I want to say, after this salutation, is to look at that topic again and start thinking, why the DG even wrote about this topic. Very important topic that is often neglected as far as safety is concerned. We are going to learn some things, the fundamental principles of SID. As an engineer, SID is very critical in engineering principles. We are going to look at it. We are going to see, is there any link between SID and ISO standards that we have, or there is even no link at all between them. Then I will now go to what we call the guide process. That would be my recommendations that we can now use to be able to manage our SID as a business, our SID as organization, our SID as a country, as a nation. What is our position on SID? First and foremost, I've just thrown up a challenge to all of us here today. Do you have any one of us who can interpret this particular Chinese language? And if you can interpret it on behalf of TWPS, I'll give you 150,000 naira cash before you even leave the conference. But you notice one thing, that having this language I put here, a lot of us, if not all of us, cannot interpret it unless you go to Google Translator. But the question now is this: communication is very, very critical in everything we do, even in designs. When you refuse to communicate effectively, then that's the beginning of problem that we have, disconnect. And when there are disconnect in principles, when there are disconnect in standard, when there are disconnect in whatever we want to do, then that becomes a problem. What I put here is, where do we start from? Because I look at the topic is very wide. I look at my other speaker's topic, it is also very wide. Let me see if I can navigate it and be able to give us a picture of what we are talking about. The Chinese language here, is where do we start from? The untold story. A big man, during those days, in the 1972, this man built this lovely house. In that community, people have mud houses. For being a rich man, he built this house, the 4-story building in that community. But the man never understands that when you build a story building, there's need to put stairs inside. After they do all the building, they do a lot of things, the construction work, they finish the work. Then the question is, how will the man get up? The man became confused. And therefore, he has to go and get the ladder they were using to do construction and place at the door. It's a story of misconnection. It's a story of starting a work without having a proper planning. Remember the principles of strategic management, the 5W and 1H, coupled with the PPPP, the 5P, proper planning prevents poor performance. When you plan very well, then having poor performance will not be in your dictionary. And that is what we are talking about today. How do we plan our process? How do we plan our construction work? How do we plan our activities? Safety in design is all about planning, and it is not new in engineering practice at all. But health and safety need to be incorporated. That is the area we are going to go to now. If you go to a process plant, we do a lot of activities in the construction of process plants. For example, ASOP, ACID, ASAN, and of course, what if analysis. All these are done as a risk assessment tools being put into a process or being put into a plant modification or construction. But now we want to go into real construction work. What is SID all about? It is all about planning. And that is why I ask a simple question: what is SID? If you notice very well, SID, safety in design, is not a new word. If you go to Singapore, if you go to Australia has one of the best standards on safety in design. If you go to UK from the health and safety executives, when you have the CDM and others, you will notice that different names come up. Occupational Safety and Health Administration, OSHA, has a different name for it, but they are all saying the same thing. With safety in design, SIT, it comes with design for safety, TWPS. It's still the same thing. It also comes with another name, safety by design. All is the same thing. And of course, with our topic today, our theme today, prevention through design. This is how they like to put it in business, prevention through design. And for those in Nigeria, I'm sorry, we can call it design safety, because we don't have such standards presently in place in our country. And therefore, with all these various names, they all have different things, but they all means the same thing. It's all about planning, just what like the DG had said. Safety in design itself is so simple. It's just when we start putting hazard identification and risk management methodology into our design process. We don't start design and finish our work before we start thinking, what are we going to do? What must be done and put in place? Let me share an experience. Presently, I'm handling a World Bank project, a very big and massive construction project, and I'm the project HSE consultant. Do you know that in the beginning of the project, there was nothing like safety in design? Everything was just called the HSE consultant to come and manage the site. That was the work. But do you know the mistake that happened? In the course of the work, and they've almost completed the job, I was just on that day going for project safety monitoring and compliance with one of my colleagues, and we started looking. We got to the buildings and found out there's only one exit to go out of the building. A one-story building, only one exit is there, just like the story of the man I showed us before. And that became a concern. And I raised an alarm and said, look, with this building that can occupy a lot of people, up to like 50 people working at this particular floor, there's only one place for them to go down. Everybody looked at me and said, wow, they never thought of it in their design. They never even think of it. So when I brought that idea, they have to start asking me, what can we do? So we have to create another fire safety stairs around the site, which was not part of the design. So when you have safety in design in place, which is of course to do proper planning, which is of course to look at the element of health and safety, including very critical risk assessment into a design, one will be able to factor what and what we could go wrong. If we can do a what if analysis into a design, what it means is you can be able to start arguing, discussing ourselves with yourself, intellectual argument, to be able to say what could go wrong in the event of this design turning into reality. And that is why we need to understand that basically in our principle in health and safety, our Bible, our Quran is ISO 45001 2018. If you go to clause 8.1.2, it is very clear there where we have what we call eliminating hazards and reducing risk, which is very direct. If you look at the best way to eliminate hazard, the best way to control hazard in the hierarchy of hazard control is elimination. This is why elimination will make us not to waste a lot of money after design. And this elimination is what in the design phase really talk about. In the design phase, you look at what can we eliminate at this period, because it is always more expensive when a product, when a building, when a structure has been completed, and you are now looking at retrofitting and correcting a lot of things that are wrong in your structure. And that is why elimination of hazard, which we always talk about in health and safety, is very critical in safety in design, because at that design stage, we can eliminate all the necessary hazard and we can reduce the risk. Remember, this cannot be done to zero, that's just a fact, but we can reduce the risk to as low as reasonably practicable, or so far as is reasonably possible. We can do that, and we can start thinking during design stage, what are the substitution methods we can use? What are the ordinary controls that will be put in place? Because when in the design stage and we don't take care of design elements of safety, when we get back to the site, the health and safety person on the site, his own is to manage the people on the site and ensure that there is no accident on the site. But remember, if there is a design failure that is already there, that design failure will surely lead into an accident. For example, look at that diagram that I put on the screen now. If you look at that GIF, they are doing construction, HSE person is there, he's monitoring safety very well, they are kitted, but when there is a failure in the structure, which was not captured in the design initially, see what happened to all of them. Even the safety man will not be able to do anything. That is why in safety in design, we are expected in the planning stage to involve all the critical stakeholders to look at what and what is being affected. If you look at this diagram very well, during the planning stage, it is very easy. It gives us the best opportunity for us to improve. We will look at it and say this design, things could change. What can we do going forward on this design? That is discussed at the planning stage. But at the construction stage, if you have done a good planning, proper planning at the construction stage, you will just be constructing and be managing the people on site. But if you have not done a good planning during the planning stage, what will happen is at the construction stage, you start seeing a lot of things that are wrong and you start making correction. It is always easy to build. It is always easy to destroy and very difficult to build. By the time you have already built after some years or 1 year of construction, you start seeing some errors in your construction. You start thinking, we're supposed to put this, we're supposed to put that, we're supposed to do this. That is where safety in design will start affecting your operations since you don't follow it in the first stage. Safety in design that we are talking about today, that I want to take home today, is about getting the right people, the right professional, talking about the right things. What are we to look for? What are the elements? What are the ingredients that can affect this structure? And doing that at the right time. And the right time is before the job started. The right time is before construction starts on the site. But most of us, we start construction and we start seeing problems in the course of construction. But the most important thing is during the design stage, we need to sit down, stakeholders engagement, those who understand the design. These are the health and safety professionals who understand technical safety requirements. The right people, they look at it, they have intellectual arguments in the ways that the design can be better. But a lot of us think when you do all this, you are wasting time. No. It's all about how can we get the best at the end of the day. Safety in design is not about you coming together, arguing. People think it's just to argue and create a lot of more time and to affect the project deliverables. I said, no, it's not about looking for a construction process to integrate into the design. I say, no, it's not all about paperwork. Let's do paper, or more paperwork, sign paper. People like paper a lot. I say, no, it is not about all this. It is not even about having safety plan. It's beyond the safety plan that you are going to use to manage your site. It will even give you a serious and formidable input into your safety plan that a lot of us design. A lot of safety plan today in Nigeria, I can say with due respect and humility, that they are just, you dump this, you dump this, you dump this, people dump and just put. But when you have a safety design in place, different designs have different problems they can face. So that makes you to have a specific safety plan that will be accountable to that particular site and not what you do. However, you can copy a safety plan from a particular site, then you domesticate it. Look at your own site, look at your peculiarities, and add values to what we are doing. So safety in design is beyond all this. So when you have safety in design in place, the most important thing you should know today is you can eliminate all the hazards that can be encountered in the course of your design at source. You eliminate everything. It makes you comply with legislation. Anyway, this is not Nigeria because we don't have any legislation that has to do with safety in design. In short, to be frank to us, we don't even have a legislation that is talking directly and speaking directly to construction safety. What we have so far as I know, with due respect, number one, there was executive order by the governor of Lagos State under Governor Raji Fashola, Executive Order 01 that time. And I know that Lagos State Safety Commission has some guidelines on construction safety. And I'm aware some have been sent for regulations to be passed from the Ministry of Justice. No problem. But as far as SID is concerned, we don't have such in Nigeria. However, if it is not construction stage, if it is normal oil and gas environment where we design plants, yes, we have legislation on PHA, process hazard analysis. We have legislation on things that covers hazard to be done in operations. But for construction side, not for now. It will give us a safer workplaces, because when you design a building very well and the people, the occupiers are there, automatically they will be able to work well. They'll be able to know what amount of temperature they need. They will know level of humidity. Everything is calculated from the design. And that is why if you look at NFPA standard, especially NFPA 101, you see the number of people that can stay in a particular office. A lot of us here, our office can be maybe 2-story building, and we have over 1,000 people there. How do we calculate number of occupancy of people in offices? All this is discussed and explained in NFPA 101, and all this we put in the design of the building to know how many people building can accommodate. If you even build bridges in Nigeria today, you see some bridges, you see some trucks parked on the bridges. This truck in civil engineering and structure, this truck parking is like a dead load standing on top of it. Is the bridges? Is it constructed? Is it designed to accommodate such load? Is it life load is accommodating or dead load? But we don't know all this because safety in design is what we put all this in place and we know the level of what we are doing. At the end of the day, it will assist us to reduce injuries and death, which we as safety professionals are talking about. We have seen in this country, and we have seen in some countries in the world like Bangladesh and others, where you see building collapse. And you start asking yourself, this is a building collapse and it's happening and happening and happening again. Someone asked me, why are they happening and happening? I said, number one, in addition to not having safety design in place, which have given them an error design, people don't investigate. We are in a community, we are in a society where investigation is seen as not important. When you investigate, you know the root causes and you start putting in place corrective actions based on what you have been taught in all our standards, clause 10.2. It is always very clear in all the standards. You see, let us see how we can manage our corrective actions. So therefore, when you have safety in design, my colleagues here, Edina Kennedy and others who are registered engineers will bear me witness. Right from university, there's what we call factor of safety, which we already been taught in the school. That look, for every safety you have, there should be a buffer that you put in place and be able to manage your safety at the end of your product. So when you have safety in design in place, it will improve usability and of course, productivity. Do you know we do expandability? And when you have a structure and the structure got burnt, you can still use some of the materials that you use in the design to be able to rebuild that particular structure. That is the level the world is going to. Sustainability in building infrastructure. And in Nigeria today, we have at least two buildings that are LEED certified to some extent. So what this means is that in the beginning of the design, you put in place that the materials you want to use and materials at the end of the day, if demolition occurs, it can still be very good for us and the demolition will be done at a safe manner. In short, when we have safety in design, it brings in place creativity and innovation. Someone asked me, how will you bring that in place? When professionals, engineers, architects, HSC professionals, and other professionals sit down to look at a particular design and started doing analysis of it, a lot of creativity will come in place. And that creativity will translate into what we call innovation. That is to say, innovation is the application of creativity. At the end of the day, all the bottom line, having seen that safety in design will help us in terms of health and safety, will help us in terms of compliance, will help us in providing a safer workplaces, it will lead to what we call a reduced cost. And that will help you in sustainability of that your infrastructure. Because sustainability itself is hinged on 3 critical P's. The first one, the people. The second one, the planet, and the third one, the profit. The profit aspect is where the reduction in cost will come in. The people is in the design. We have looked at the people that are going to do the work. We have looked at the people that are also going to stay in the building, the occupants, when the construction workers that have gone. And when you look at people and you manage people, you will see that eventually one will be a sustainable business. And that is what will make us to have a sustainable infrastructure, an infrastructure that accounts for the 3 P's and also understand how to reduce the cost. I was delivering lecture in Ghana about 2 years ago, and then in that presentation, I was doing it for a gold mining company, AngloGold Ashanti. And in the course of reading some of their own books, I found out they said the 3 P's of sustainability can be turned into 4. The 4 P politics, and that is leadership. Very important. There must be leadership during your SID analysis. There must be leadership during construction work. There must be leadership externally. that can also have impact on your business. That is why you go to ISO standard, ISO 9001, 2015, ISO 45001, 2018, ISO 14001, 2015, and other ISO. It makes sure that that +5 talks about leadership. And if you go to +4.2, that talks more about meeting the needs and expectations of the interested party. In this particular project, SID is one of the tools that we use to meet the need and expectations of interested party of a construction infrastructure. 1, the people. 2, the owner of the construction. 3, the legislators, that is the regulators. 4, the people that are going to live inside that occupant, inside that building that you are constructing. All this constitutes what we call interested party. And SID has a link to make this work for a lot of us. If you go back to project life cycle, for those of us who are really construction engineer or in construction business, in every construction project life cycle, in the course of doing the design in SID, let's take it home. Number 1, we must design for safe construction. Very important. We must also design for safe use, because not only building a structure and going away, you as a safety professional, I have made sure I built this magnificent building without any LTI, 0 LTI, and you go away. Construction is beyond that. SID is telling us that you also do your design for safe use. If you as a safety professional on site, you have gone, those who will use that asset, who use the property, they need to also be taken care of with respect to their safety. So SID talks into all these ones. Then you need to talk about safe inspection. We've seen it before that the construction is ongoing while they are doing inspection and the building collapse and even kill the health and safety professional that is even on site. What I'm trying to say in essence is that in duty of SID in the construction stage, are expected to do design for safe inspection. Because in the designs, you must understand not only the construction work, not only safe use, you also do the safe inspection, and you must also do design for safe maintenance and repair. Have you ever noticed it before that you have already completed your building? Just like that old man I showed earlier. And after finishing your building, you now have some small plumbing problem. Now the next thing is to start breaking all your walls in your office. Do everything to the extent that you are not spending millions of money again just to fix plumbing work, right? That are not properly positioned or leakage you are seeing in your safety tank. A lot of this happen to a lot of us, even at our various homes. You now start complaining, oh my God, I'm spending so much money. You will spend money because you refuse to put SID in your construction. Because if you put SID and you put it in the beginning, you must have predicted what will happen to this particular design. What of if there is a breakage in the public session? What are we going to do? You have installed AC. What of if there's a problem in our AC, HVAC installation? What do we do? So you need to design for safe maintenance and repair. You need to design for safe modification of your construction. And that is why you see a way we demolish things. And when I'm demolishing, there should be a design for safe demolition. This is what a project life cycle looks like. And I must confess, in most organizations, we don't practice all this. And if you want to understand SID critically and what it entails, this is what it goes for. I will give a very good example. The National Assembly in Nigeria is about to be modified. You saw the amount of money that we used for just to modification, innovation work. And I tell you, if you look at the money, it's even enough to start a new build. Better to start a new build and innovation. Sometimes construction leaders will tell you innovation works are more expensive than normal construction. Why? Because in the design of that normal construction, some things are not put in place. SID was not done. And because SID was not done, the project life cycle also covers modification, which would have been in SID that was not disclosed. That is why colleagues that are present, my audience, I want to say, when we say SID, it's not as simple as saying just talk about safety in design. It's beyond that. In the course of your design, you must refer to your design for safe construction, for those working on the site, design for safe use, design for safe inspection, and others. And that is the design considerations. So it requires technical skill. While you have health and safety skill, you must also get, if you are not sound in construction, if you are not an engineer, then you can start bringing in technical advisor who understands civil engineering works that can stay with you and also give a guide in the discussion. I want to end the class by giving us a simple analysis of how to do SID, and I call it the guide process, which was used in some countries like it's been used in some countries like Australia. The guide process is simple. What you need to do is, after design has been done by the designer, by the architect, then you sit down, group together a review team consisting of major stakeholders, and I repeat, major stakeholders, because you want to meet the needs and expectations of the interested party. Bring them in. HSC coordinator, HSC manager, HSC expert, civil engineers, construction engineers, building engineers, building professionals. Bring everybody. Then this architect sit down. Then we look at the design very well. All of us should have understanding of that design concept by looking at drawings and calculations. That's it. That is involved now. You have to understand what drawing means. You have to understand how to use drawings, and you must understand calculations. That's calculation for height. I've seen a building before. After they finished building it, when people now to live in it, the height was so low compared to what people that are going to live inside it. So all this will be done, drawings, calculations. So the designer may also explain his own concept. Remember, in the design stage, it is still about creativity. It has not yet become innovation. So you look at it, everybody address it, and start looking at for each of the stages of the design. Now, I'm not going to construction now. Design first before construction, because design comes before you start doing construction. Start looking at all the risks involved in this design and start thinking of what are the best construction methodology that can be applied by the people. So you look at the risk. In essence, you are factoring risk into the design. This is a very serious and strong brainstorming session that will involve serious intellectual argument to bring in place the best solution for that particular site. That intellectual argument is so critical and important because it is the one that will guide the whole building. It is the one that will make the building to be sustainable. It is that argument, intellectual argument, that will make all of us to be on the same page and put in place a serious construction safety plan that can be used to manage the site during construction work and put in place what will make the building to be okay at the end of the day. Then, after we have noted all the design risk, then we document it. That is the first construction risk register. If you go to all our constructions in Nigeria today that I have seen, what you are going to see is that yes, there's health and safety risk register on the side, which discusses everything only on the side. But this time around, this is the first construction risk register that will come out before your health and safety plan that we used to do. So you enter all this information in your health and safety risk register, which is all encompassing to manage the risk of the project from design up to the level of safe use, up to the level of safe demolition. That means you are taking it holistically, and that is what we call project life cycle, and that is what safety in design talks about. It's all about the project life cycle. Oh my God, where are thou, my country? Where are thou, Nigerian? Where are thou, other African countries that don't have SID? I have a story to share. On the 29th of January 2015, in Australia, a very big engineering company, very massive, very strong, they have cash, they have money, they have everything it takes to manage engineering projects. There was an accident on their side. It was a serious accident. Lives were lost. Properties were damaged. At the end of the day, they look at what is the cause of this. It was a crane. All of us use crane in our sites. How do we manage the risk of crane collapse on sites? How do we know that this crane is even good to do the work it has done? How do we know that the design of this crane has been changed? When investigation was deep and deep and deep and deep, they were able to find out that that crane was modified. The thickness and the weight of the boom that support the place was reduced. Modification of crane is what led to that incident. I use the word just modification, which most of us will not even detect if you are investigating that incident. They were able to say this thing has been modified. Look at Nigeria as a case study. You see a lot of tankers, a lot of vehicles that carry petroleum oil around. You see them, they have done a lot of modification of those vehicles. So this modification that they did led to that incident. The company was found $16,000 in 2015. And the other to pay $5,000 in the court for cost of breaching mine safety regulations. This is not even construction safety regulations which they have. They are charged for breaching mine safety because it is in a mine environment. Where is our mine safety regulations in Nigeria? Are we mining in Nigeria? Let's even leave mining alone. Let's talk construction. Where is our construction safety regulations in this country? Where is our construction safety standards? Even ILO has construction safety codes given to us. We will be reading them, we apply them as good professionals. But on the part of the country, where is it? This is Senate President of Nigeria. What are we doing? But the only thing we do in this country, Nigeria, is when there is a collapse, building collapse, and people die. It will go in a lot of pages of newspapers, and we all make so much noise. We are very reactive. We need to start moving. My DG and leaders present here today, we need to start canvassing for construction safety standards and regulations. We need to make so much noise about it. We need to start incorporating SIDs into design. I can never forget what happened in Lekki when there was a building collapse, and the people, oh my God, you see them inside the collapse with helmets still on their head. And the owners of the business said they were sleeping that time. How come people will sleep with helmets in that night? Construction was going on that night. And when it happens, we lost a lot of lives. And they claim that they put on helmets while sleeping. Oh my God. So these are what we are saying. There's need for regulations. See in other climes, see in UK, see in US, a lot of companies have been sanctioned for failure of SID. We don't need to fear. We need to come together and see how we brainstorm. One of the most important things in life is stakeholders engagement to brainstorm on a particular issue. And that issue is safety. And that issue is humanity. And that will be at the end of the day to make our project sustainable. In conclusion, I want to say that to ensure safety of property and its users, please take note, SID is not talking about just construction work. If that we do, SID is not talking about safety of property alone. It's also talking about safety of the users without compromising all the aesthetics of design, timeframes, and budget. Because we know in project management, the quality, the requirements, the scope is very critical. The time of delivery is very critical. And of course, the cost budget is very critical. We know all of us presented today, we must be champions of SID because we need to be a forward thinker. We need to start looking forward and thinking of the risk, what can affect our objectives. Remember, risk itself is the effect of uncertainty on objectives. So we need to start thinking, what can affect this structure? After we build this structure, can we have earthquake? Can earthquake destroy it? We need to start thinking, when we have this structure, when there's a lot of flood, can flooding affect it? Have you ever seen it before? Nice building, nice structures, magnificent building, that ordinary flooding will affect the whole building. Why? Because safety design was not put in place. They just felt like, let us do this building, it's lovely, it's fine. What of the building in terms of safety of the building itself? What of the building in terms of safety of the users? What of the building in terms of sustainable infrastructure that's expected to have based on SDG number 11, when we need to have sustainable infrastructure? We need to start henceforth incorporating safety design principles from the initial phases of our project. When we do that initially, it will guarantee us what we call best possible safety measures, processes, and materials from the beginning. We know the materials to use. I have seen it before. If you are building a structure and the material used to do your fire alarm system, they are not fire rated. You now see all your cables on as fire, you lose all the properties, your fire alarm will never work again. So you need to be very careful as professionals, and we need to look at our risk, not after incident has happened, but before we will start that particular thing. So risk assessment I'm talking about in this case is risk assessment in terms of SID, safety in design, and that will go a long way to making us to have a sustainable infrastructure, sustainable cities as canvassed by SDG 11, to have a very sustainable system as canvassed by all professionals of sustainability. And that is why we need to look at our building. Some building today, if there's fire that raise them down, they'll be able to come back and put structures in place. And those materials can be reused again. There's nothing called waste in this present world. These things can be used thereafter. On this basis, I want to say, I thank so much all our leaders, and the lesson to take home today from here is very simple. And that is my last sentence, and that says, early decisions are very important in construction. We need to be very, very firm to look at what we are doing. We need to be able to do intellectual judgment, intellectual argument, very professionally organized, and we need to be able to bring out all the risks, open our mind, and bring out things that can cause problems, and that early decisions will assist us. Because a lot of data we can use. This is the present world of data. We use those data to form an informed decision. On this basis, I want to say, thank you to my leader, Honorable Crown Prince Akim Dixie. Thank you to all the staff of TWPS. I want to also congratulate you on your ISO 9001-2015, which of course based its elements and implementation on risk-based thinking. Maybe this is what has formed your decision to also start doing SID, which we are very grateful about. Risk-based thinking is important in SID. Risk-based thinking is important in ISO 9001-2015. Risk-based thinking is important in all the ISO standards, ISO 2301. Risk-based thinking is important in all our life. Everything we do in this life, let's have a risk-based thinking. Is this thing okay? Should I go ahead? Must I do it? Risk-based thinking, which I do, I congratulate you. I celebrate all our leaders present here today. On the Wale Bakari, I celebrate you. You are our teachers, you are our leader. We recognize all of you, all the women in safety. God bless you all for doing this. And all things being equal, I say thank you very much to all the audience for having me. Thank you so much for this lecture. Thank you. God bless you all. Thank you.
We have received several lovely comments from people saying they really enjoyed the presentation. We will take one or two questions now before we round up your session. One or two questions. One of the comments we have received is that we need regulation and standard as well as collaborate with enforcement law to support safety managers and officers on field so that they can be honored, yes, and recognized as positive contributors to organizations' groups. What can you say about that, Njajami, about the comment from Caroline Mix? We need regulations and standards as well as collaborate with enforcement law to support safety managers and officers. Sir, we can't hear you, sir.
Okay, sorry, let me unmute. Thank you very much. Sorry for that. I want to say with due respect and humility to the questioner and my colleagues that are present here. Yes, it is shameful. There's no doubt about that. It is shameful that today Nigeria as a country has no construction safety guidelines, regulations that we can use to manage construction. There's somebody asked me, people go to construction site, yes, they're collecting some UDN, no problem. There's no particular rule and regulations. So to protect our colleagues, the Factory Act, yes, Factory Act also covers construction work, whether we like it or not, it's a general law. But is that Factory Act in tune to modernity? The answer is no, it's old. We have done all our best to review the Factory Act. We submitted our review to the Ministry of Labor and Employment. We are waiting for their position. But the truth is, professionals, we need to also stand up. We need to stand up. Sometimes, I'm not saying stand up for agitations against government. No, please don't misconstrue me. But we can do professional way to make government to understand what we are facing and to make government to see how we can put in place a system or process, or we can put in place a regulatory framework for construction sites so that we can be able to manage people. I always pity our construction workers if the company is not dedicated to construction safety itself. Our construction safety guys are just there. He can even donate for them, give them 20,000, 30,000, and underpay them and use them the way they like. But when we have regulations, it will be better. And that goes to the fact that our professional bodies need to work together. Professional associations, we need to come in unison, to come with Ubuntu, come together. Please, when we are together, we can do more. But when we are different, we cannot achieve more. Let me end by telling us the story of Usain Bolt.
I have two questions. We have a question. To list the priority for fire safety and design of a high-rise tall building workplace, what priority will make that list?
Look, SID, as I said, is very clear and very open. In the course of your SID, fire safety is very critical there. We call it fire and life safety based on NFPA 101. It's very important. For you to do a fire mechanism in SID, you will discuss NFPA 14, NFPA 13, NFPA 72, NFPA 70 for electrical code, and you take it out to Nigeria. You talk of Nigeria Health and Safety Code, you put everything into your design. And that is why you see organizations, they can lose billions. The case study is what happened to one of the markets in Nigeria. If you watch that video, you will see that the organization doesn't have anything called fire safety at all. And that's why they've lost billions of money. So fire safety mechanism analysis is critical in SID. From the design stage, you know the sprinkler systems, you know the systems you have to install, and not only stopping on installation, it will give you an avenue to start thinking of how are we going to train people, just like you have in clause 8.2 of ISO 45001 2018, emergency preparedness and response, where it talks about, yes, you need to have a simulation, you need to have people that are trained, you need to have firewalls, and all those things that you put in place, make it a system. That is how it works. That last video, you watch it, you saw what happens there, and you see that people are just doing things for doing sake. So in safety in design, fire is a critical risk that is going to be discussed there, and it's very important. Thank you.
Jami Badmo, we have some questions. You can always, please attend to all the questions offline. You can type the answer to answer. We have like 5 or 6 questions to you. Now we're going to go. Thank you. We really,
thank you.
Yeah, so please respond to all the questions that we have offline on the question and answer questions so people can learn. We are going to our next speaker. This is Engineer Bamidele.
Engineer Bamidele Idris is the president Get Jobs Nigeria, an NGO with career-driven goal on social media with close to 23,000 members. He is a senior manager at the Coca-Cola Hellenic Company Ikeja, Lagos, which is the largest bottling company in Nigeria. He graduated from Federal Polytechnic Ilaro, Ogun State, and University of Lagos, Akoka, Lagos. His work experience has spanned several multinationals such as Shell Petroleum Development Company, Lagos and Rivers State, Cadbury Nigeria PLC, Unilever Nigeria PLC, and Coca-Cola. He is a corporate member of respected bodies such as Council for the Regulation of Engineering in Nigeria, Institute of Professional Managers and Administrators of Nigeria, Institute of Information Management, member Nigerian Society of Engineers, Nigerian Institute of Management, Nigerian Institute of Mechanical Engineers, Police Community Relations Committee. He's a dynamic and results-oriented professional engineer with extensive years of experience in handling engineering/utility projects from conceptual studies through front-end engineering design, detail engineering design, procurement, construction and installation, and commissioning. He will be talking to us on his topic, safety in design.
Sharing the slide now. Thank you.
Good morning. Yes, good morning, everybody. It's a pleasure to be here this morning. I wish to appreciate the DG, Crown Prince, for inviting me for this awesome conference where we are coming to share ideas and knowledge all together. I wish to congratulate TWPS also on the ISO 9001, which was just awarded. It's not a mean feat. it's massive, and I wish to congratulate TWPS for it. Thank you so much for the participants, the audience, and I want to thank Engineer Jamil also for the wonderful presentation he made on the SID. I would like to ask Engineer Jamil, has anybody won the 150,000 naira? Because because I'm ready to win that amount.
My leader, they don't win. No, nobody win.
But I saw some comments. I don't know, maybe you saw people were actually answering. They were answering you.
Okay, I didn't see it. Those one have used Google Translator.
So thank you so very much for that insight into the presentation. It was lovely, and I actually learned from it also. So not to bore us so much, I would love to also go into my own presentation. And we already know the core of this conference, which is the safety in design. And as presented also by Yewande, that is who I am currently. So let us just go into the presentation proper. So what is safety in design? That's the core. What is safety in design? A lot of us actually, especially in the polity that we are now, I was driving around Ikeja last week, and there's a building that is very close to the bridge. If you know the bridge that is actually linking up Obafemi Awolowo Way to the General Hospital side, there's a building by the right-hand side which just collapsed just last week. And I happen to know some of the people that are handling that project. Now, as I was driving past and I saw the decking, the first decking collapse, one of the vendors, the contractors that I spoke with there said, whilst the artisans were actually pouring bricks for the decking, they did not spread the concrete mix properly on that decking, and that thing collapsed. Now, in my mind, I was now like, this is the whole essence of this kind of conference, because knowledge is not something that you can hide. You need to spread knowledge. And I know that there are bodies. I'm very sure that our DG will be happy to take up this kind of cases, because health of people and safety of people is very, very key, especially when we're having constructions like this. So the whole aim of safety in design is to ensure the health and safety of whoever is having any interaction with the infrastructure. It doesn't necessarily have to be buildings. It might be gadgets, it might be equipment, it might be anything that has to do with engineering. And also to ensure that the hazards are actually considered as early as possible, during planning. Now, if you look at the second point, it says that safety in design practices takes into consideration the safety of all persons. Now, for FMCGs, there's a slogan which we normally use. Now, the slogan says, if an activity is not safe, do not do it. So your safety is very important and paramount, irrespective of whoever gives you that action. So we regard safety of every participant, everybody around that area, or whoever is going to interface with the equipment as paramount. Now, we now said this includes those who construct, operate, clean, and demolish the infrastructure, in addition to those who work with it. And by considering how each of these persons may interact with the infrastructure, potential impacts and adverse outcomes can be identified. Now, in the other slides, we're going to be looking at what are the stages of safety in design. Now, if you look at the last point also, I said there are several things that we need to consider when we're having safety in design. We need to consider the aesthetics, depending on whoever is designing, the cost, the functionality, and also the practicability. And in all these set design objectives, we should not compromise the health and safety, and that is very key. So I'll go to my next slide. which is the design life cycle. Now, if you look at this design life cycle, this graphical illustration is just a representation of what are the things that we need to consider when designing. Now, the first aspect is the design concept. The design concept. For instance, let me just take, for those who have traveled to Dubai, you know the 7-star hotel, which is the Burj Al Arab hotel. Now, I recall I was watching the design concept of that hotel, and there's this architect who designed that hotel. His name is Tom Wright. When Tom Wright was designing it, I remember the Crown Prince of Dubai engaging people that this is the concept that he wants. He wants his sail to be in an island that is far from the main city. And a lot of things were considered. I watched the video and I saw a lot of tests that were actually done. This design concept actually took close to a year. It started in 1993, and they actually started the construction of that hotel in 1994. And this tells you the importance of design a year before the actual construction started. Though it lasted for about 5 years, but a lot of designs were put into place. So that design concept is very key. And remember what we said earlier, when you're designing, you need to put in, if you're looking at aesthetics, if you're looking at cost and functionality, safety is very key. So then, apart from the design concept, we now go into the proper design. Now, the proper design has to entail you actually looking at every nitty-gritty, because you already have a concept. However, the design needs simulations. Now, when I say simulations, for instance, I'll make reference to the bridges. Before a bridge is constructed, there are simulations that will have been made in the laboratory. For instance, I know that Lagos State has a design center and also a laboratory center. And these are the people that ensure that when you're building houses, at the initial stage of your building your houses, you need to do the soil test, you need to do the analysis of different variants that will affect your whole design. So these are the things that fall at the design stage. Then you now come to the construct and also the manufacture. Now, at that particular point, that is when the actual design commences. Don't forget, the design concept and the design stage are the ones that take the chunk, because without proper planning, definitely you're going to fail. So construct is just a minute portion before the design and the design concept. Then also you go to the import, supply, and the install. Now, this particular stage, it is not necessarily, it doesn't go for every aspect. For instance, if you're building a local, let's say supermarket in a local place or in a village, you don't necessarily have to import. So this one is for people that probably are going for equipment in industries, production. That is where this one is actually important. Then also we go to the commission and the use. Then if you now go through the whole stage, you now go to the disposal stage. Now, what we mean by the disposal is, okay, probably it's not a greenfield project. If it's a brownfield project, then you now go into this aspect. So let us now go to the next slide. Everything I've analyzed in the previous slide now is a summary. Also, if you go into this slide, it says the approach begins with the conceptualization and the planning phases of the infrastructure design. The designs made at this early stage fundamentally affect the health and safety of people who come into contact with the product over its entire life. It's at these early stages of a project that the greatest ability to influence the health and safety of a project exists. Now, if you now look at the project, this graph depicts at the startup of that project, you can see that the ability to influence safety is very low. Now, we are going to later explain, as Engineer Jamio has said, the cost implication of finishing a project, and there is now a big issue. That cost is going to be humongous. For instance, I was making reference to the collapse at Obafemi Awolowo Way. That collapse, the person that is in charge, the M&E vendor that is in charge of that project, is going to pay close to ×5 of the amount he actually budgeted. Why? Because at the conceptualization stage, they did not pay so much attention. So ability to influence safety is very key, especially at that conceptualization stage. So anything we are doing, like I said, it doesn't really have to be building. It might be anything we as engineers, or we as architects, or we as builders should take into consideration. Now, like I said, benefits of this. If you look at the benefits, it says there are potential benefits of incorporating safety and design principles into the design process. One, a better understanding of design requirements and limitations. Now, for those who are having a structure in Lekki, and for those who are having a structure at Agege, of course, you do not expect them to have the same design, and you do not expect them to have the same limitations. Now, you're building close to a coastal area. Now, the depth of your foundation in comparison to the depth of the foundation of somebody that is building in a landlocked area, they are different. So that is very key. You need to understand that. And you can only understand that at the conceptualization stage. Also, another benefit is prevention of injury and illness. Like I said, we've had several building collapse, several that is scattered all over the country. It is preventable only if the designer had actually taken safety and consideration into play. Compliance with legislation. Now, this is a very key one. This was what Engineer Jamie was saying in the previous, in his presentation. Compliance with legislation. We have legislation. For instance, Lagos, we have our own legislation in Lagos. Other different countries have their own legislation. So it is very important. So another benefit has to do with reduced cost. The more you design properly for safety, the more your cost is reducing. Because at the end of the day, the second benefit, which is injury or even death, fatality, by the time someone dies because a project is poorly designed, now you now have to be interfacing with authorities. You now have to be interfacing with family. Whatever bill is being hammered on you, and probably you can even go out of business if you do not ensure all this. Then improve productivity. Then also you have improved usability of infrastructures. Now, when a building or anything or any equipment is properly designed, taking into consideration, safety into consideration, now there is improved usability. For instance, for those that are familiar with industries, production, FMCGs, you have equipments that actually generate water bottles like this. Let's, for instance, a blow mold equipment. The safety features that are being installed on those equipments, there are proximity sensors, and also there is the emergency stop. You also have a situation whereby you cannot open a machine, there's interlock, you can't open a machine without the machine getting stopped. So these are the improved usability. Then also you have better prediction and management of production and operational cost over the infrastructure's life cycle. Now, predictability, because you have already made design, you have already designed for health and safety. So you have a better prediction access. Then also innovation. These are the benefits. Then we go to the next slide. Now, if you look at the graph that I'm showing you here, it shows you the cost implication of each level of eliminating the hazards. Now, if you look at the first, if you look at the pyramid, the topmost part. It says that you need just about $100 to change a philosophy. If you look at the next one, 1,000. Now, if you now go to the last one, to clear up an incident, for those who are familiar with the southeastern, the south of Nigeria, the south part of Nigeria, look at the issues of oil spillage. Why do we have oil spillages? Is it that the organizations do not know that these things will happen? It is not only pilfering or through vandalization that we have oil spillage. A lot of times it is through design. So are we saying that all these things that happen in the south are because of just people that pilfer? No. So look at the cost implication. $10 million to clear up after an accident. For buildings, high-rise buildings, for instance, you have a skyscraper that collapses. What is the cost implication? But because you are changing your philosophy that at every point in time, I need to include safety, it requires just a very small amount to make that change. So by eliminating hazards at the source and incorporating risk mitigation in accordance with the hierarchy of controls, early in the design stage, the cost of the project will be minimized. And also, in addition, it also reduces the ease with which changes can be made. So that is what I've explained in this particular slide. Now look at this slide, which is also a function of the project life cycle, the ease of change and the cost of change. So which one are we going to prefer? So who influences design in safety? Who influences design in safety? Just like they say, who is in charge of safety? That there are a lot of slogans that says that, look at the mirror. And when you look at the mirror, that person that you see in the mirror is the person in charge of safety. However, for hierarchical reasons, we'll now break them down, which is, if you look at the last part, the government regulators, that's the government, they are the people that have the influence over design in safety. And that is why any time that you're trying to vote for people, you need to consider who is more safety conscious. For instance, in Lagos, in Nigeria, we just had our election. Did we actually factor this when we're voting for people? I'm not a political person, but these are some of the things we need to start considering, especially for professionals. It is not just the other side. We also need to think of people that can actually support safety in their policies. Also, the health and safety professionals, just like Engineer Jami also mentioned, then workers who work with or operate infrastructure. Now, for people that are artisans, they are also influencers. For maintenance, we have maintenance personnel, suppliers, contractors, installers of infrastructure. These are all people that have the influence in design for safety. Now, for the key principles of safety in design, principle 1, persons with control. Principle 2, project life cycle. Principle 3, systematic risk management. You also have the 4th principle, which is the safety design, knowledge, and capability. Then the last principle, which is the information transfer. And that is what TWPS is actually doing now. Without this conference, there is no way we can interact and get to know about this. Sharing knowledge, that is part of what we are doing now. And if you look at the 1st principle, which says the persons with control, persons who make decisions affecting the design of products, facilities, or processes. Then also the persons with control are those who are able to promote health and safety at the source. Then if you go to the 2nd principle, it says the safety design applies to every stage in the life cycle, from conception through to demolition, then involves eliminating hazards and minimizing risk as early in the life cycle as possible. For a lot of times when we have issues with safety, for instance, let's talk about the the safety on the road. Now, I recall that there was a particular administration for Lagos, Nigeria, that thought about safety, that, okay, what do we do? Because we have a lot of accidents on the road. How do we eliminate and reduce accidents? Now, some people thought of, okay, do we redesign all these roads, or while we are waiting for the road constructions and the road repairs, some of which are long-term, do we now bring in people to actually enforce safety on our roads? For the airline industry, we have very strict regulations for safety. Now, at the conceptualization stage, look at the level of detail that is being brought in to safety. We all know that anything that happens to an aircraft in the air, that is, most times it always turns to fatality. So the level of detail at the conceptualization stage is massive. And that is why you see that even Boeing itself, even if they launch aircraft and there are complaints from different countries that this aircraft is malfunctioning, a lot of times they recall all these aircraft. It has happened with Toyota also. There are versions of Toyota that it was launched, but when there were some safety features, all these products were recalled. And look at the massive amount of money that is being wasted to recall all this. And that is why it is very important to eliminate these hazards and minimize this risk as early as possible. So also, if we go to principle 3, the application of hazard identification, the risk assessment, and the risk control processes to achieve safety design. Now, a lot of times before a project is done, there is always the environmental impact. You have the environmental impact also, or the environmental risk assessment that is being done. And that is why you have, for people that are familiar with Lagos State Environmental Protection Agency, those are the things that those ones does. Now, you also have the Safety Commission also. For everything, you need to identify the hazards. When you identify the hazard, the essence of identify this hazard is to prevent accidents and also to put a mitigating factor to reduce that impact. For instance, you have a building that is susceptible to fire outbreak. Now, when you know that this is the structure and you realize that you design and you are not designing for fire outbreak, there's no fire extinguisher, there's no fire resistant roof, there's no there's no exit or emergency exit, then you are calling for disaster. So all these hazards are supposed to be identified. And in this particular principle, that is where you have the risk level. You have the high risk number, they vary. You have the high risk number, the low risk number, after you have done all your hazard identification. Then also your principle 4, which is the safe design knowledge and capability. This should be either demonstrated or acquired by persons with control over design and reflect the knowledge that a competent design would have been implemented. Now, for you to be a safety professional, there are levels you need to go. We have people that are in charge. You need to have passed through several levels. And that is where we have the likes of Engineer Jamiu. That is where we have the likes of the Crown Prince. And that is why we have the likes of the TWPS. So if you do not have adequate knowledge in safety, you should not have control over the design. This is very key. Then also the principle 5, which is the information transfer. Now, information transfer, which is the effective communication and documentation of design and risk control information between all persons involved in all life cycle phases. For every project, there should be documentations. For instance, a building collapses. When you investigate that building collapse, is there a report? Can we make reference to that particular report? Is there, they call it a lessons learned. Are there any lessons learned? Now, if you look at most of the collapses that we have had in several parts of this country, which is Nigeria, or several parts of Africa, now, do we have proper documentation saying This is what caused it from the beginning to the end. And these are things that should be communicated to the public. Freedom of information. Information should be passed across to everybody, stating what are the processes of this. And also not for accidents or incidents only, even for designs. For instance, I have access to information on Burj Al Arab in Dubai. I have access to Eiffel Tower. If I want to get all the design information for Eiffel Tower, I just go online and I download all the information, all the risk, everything is there. If I need information on uh, anything, I should be able to get that information because it's going to be advanced, except there are some, probably, I won't say I should go to the internet now and get all the details of White House, the design of White House. I might not get it. Although there are some peripheral information that are still online, but not the details. So if we go to the next slide, we've talked about the stages of design. This graph is just showing us the in-depth of what the stages involve. That is the three core stages, which is the concept design, functional design, and the detailed design. Now, for those that are interested, this slide is going to be shared by TWPS to everybody. Also, let us now talk of the steps. Now, in designing, there are different steps that should be taken into consideration. The first step, establishing the stakeholders and confirm how stakeholders will work together. For instance, who are your stakeholders? You have a client that you are engaging. Those are your stakeholders. You have the community. Those are your stakeholders. You have the government. Those are your stakeholders. In previous organizations that I've worked, I recall that at the design stage, we wanted to build an extra car park for the organization. Now, before we even designed, what we did was we had to write a letter to Lagos State. We had to write a letter to them that this is our plan, this is what we want to do. And we arranged for a meeting. We arranged a meeting with the community, especially for those that are living in volatile places. You cannot do any design without taking the community into consideration, except you want the project to fail. So these are things that we need to take into consideration. So we have all these steps that have been analyzed up to step 4, which is the communicate and also consult. Then, sorry. So this is the second to the final stage, which is the general safety in design requirements, the general safety design requirements. Now, it says workers must endeavor to incorporate safety features into projects and design as early as possible. Now, if you look at, I don't need to read through everything, but if you look at the second to the last line, it says that design, the concept, the function and the detail, construction and installation, trials and operation, maintenance and decommissioning, removal and disposal. So these are all the things that we need to consider in, these are all the requirements, sorry. Then also the last one, verify that designers used on the project are appropriately qualified, which I said earlier, and suitable to undertake the design. So in conclusion, I'm going to show us a video just to explain all what we have been talking about. This has to do with a phone that was designed by Samsung. And this phone was actually released. It was the high point of Samsung when they released it. And the impact. So this will just let us have more ideas about what design and safety is. Let me just play it for you. Okay, I was informed that the video is not, the video is not, the sound is not coming up. So let me just share the sound. It's just about a minute.
Therefore, it is our role as designers to incorporate safety into our design. Samsung issued an informal recall and suspended sales of the Galaxy Note 7 after it has found that some of the phone's batteries have caused the phones to generate excessive heat, which led to fires and explosions. Samsung Electronics said that the discontinuation, as well as the large recall, had cost the company more than $5.3 billion.
My name is Tim Baxter, President and Chief Operating Officer at Samsung Electronics America. At Samsung, our highest priority is our customers, their aspirations, their needs, their safety. And with battery cell defects in some of our Note 7 phones, we did not meet the standard of excellence that you expect and deserve. For that, we apologize, especially to those of you who were personally affected by this.
In addition, deaths, injuries, and product damages have caused more than $1 trillion to the US economy as a result of product recalls. Interestingly, those safety recalls have been traced to how well designers have incorporated safety and considered safety in the design process. As a result, scholars have been urging designers to incorporate safety early on in the design process. Therefore, it is our role as designers to incorporate safety into our designs.
I think safety is absolutely critical in the design process. The only reason we create these artifacts, the only reason we design or engineer anything is because a human wants it, a human needs it, right? So we need to make sure that that human interaction with these products is going to be taking place in such a way that it's safe. It's absolutely critical. It should underlie essentially all that we do as engineers.
When people are part of the design process, we usually use user-centered design. And in that, safety is a really important factor in areas such as medical product design, because obviously there's human lives at stake in that process. But even things like the design of a water bottle.
But then there is money to be gained from the benefits from the reduced number of injuries and reduced number of deaths in the extreme case. So I think it really works out well to be able to use some kind of cost-benefit analysis or some other quantitative tools to really justify your approach in terms of implementing safety. Because that's kind of the bottom line in most companies. They do look at money, and even though you may talk about some moral principles on ethics and things like that, I think the bottom line for companies is the dollars.
Overall, as engineering designers, we should be designing for safety and having safety consciously in our minds throughout the design process, as there is no value to any product or system if it is harming humanity.
Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to share the slides. And at this juncture, I would love to listen to one or two questions before I hand over to Yewande.
We have received several comments. We just have to ask you only one question because you are far behind. We have a question: how can we get running on this with fundamentals of what is critical as core? And just safety in design. How can we get running on this with what is fundamental or what is critical as core? Can you answer that?
Yes. How can we get running how can we get running on this with these fundamentals of what is I didn't get that, of what is critical as core?
Yes, we don't. So we'll have the priority in terms of focus.
Yes. Now, for me, what I see is this. And if you look at one of the slides, I said government, if we have the political will, by the time a lot of safety policies are actually implemented, and not just laws, but driving those laws. We have some existing laws, but ensure that those laws are being enforced. You understand? For instance, we have people that are just digging wells up and down within the polity. You have constructions just scattered all over. So by the time safety professionals are the law and also people that enforce the law are driving this hard, I think it is something that will be fundamental for every facet of the industry. I think this is one key for me because those are the biggest influencers that we have right now.
Thank you very much. We have got several lovely comments. Thank you, Bamidele, for another excellent presentation. Thank you. So very, very lovely comment from people. We appreciate you. So we have to move to our next speaker. That is Mr. Ehi Iden. Thank you very much, Bamidele. Thank you.
Mr. Ehi Iden, and safety consultant of training progress. Is a doctor for one as executive officer at occupational safety faculty and then of the regional patient safety health ambassador. There is European network education and training.
Thank you for that beautiful presentation. Please, Mr. A, then please, you don't have the floor to start the presentation. Thank you. Hello, Mr. Ahi. Sir, you told me to jump back. You went offline shortly now. It is very burning. We are so sorry. We are so sorry. He's trying to. We'll have to start the panel session now, since while we are waiting for Mr. E, because he's not online. Mr. Julius, can you come online, sir? We have the panelists here.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, professional colleagues. Pleasure to be here. Can you hear me? Hello.
I hear you.
Oh, great, great, great. It's been a fantastic session. I'd like to thank all our presenters. It's been a warm day. They've kept it firing. Thank you so much for that exposition of knowledge. Nobody who attended this today will remain the same again. I'm grateful to TWPS for bringing this up. My name is Julius Akpong. I'm an occupational health and safety professional here in Lagos. My biggest qualification is that I have a passion to see people alive. And we'd like to start this panel very quickly. We have a couple of very distinguished personalities that are to sit on the panel. When I saw them, I was asking myself why I'm the one that is called up to introduce and bring them up. Please, if I don't call the right acronyms, and if I don't read your entire profile, do your best to forgive me because those profiles are heavy. Thank you very much. So we'll go straight into the panel session. It's been safety in design. And a lot of people have said already that if we don't design it safely, then of course we are not going to have it work safely. Everything has been done to prove that. So the panel is just going to add light to it and do their best to ensure that everybody else gets the right knowledge and contribution out of this. So thank you very much.
So if you run with quickly, I'll be walking through the agenda what we'll be covering today.
Okay, so sorry about that. So my panelists, as you can already see, I'll start inviting them on the panel now. I'll start with one man we call the Dawn of Safety in Africa, a man who is highly respected for the many people trained and brought into the field of occupational health and safety through different training platforms as SMTS, Prototech, and different things. I'd like to welcome to the panel Honorable Wale Bakari. Please, let's clap for him and make him welcome. It's a virtual class, but we can make it lively. We can see your virtual claps, please. Let's make it lively so you don't sleep on your computer. He's being closely followed by another very strong.
Good morning, Julius. Good morning, everybody.
Great, Honorable. Nice to hear your voice.
Thank you.
Okay. So I'd like to welcome also to this panel a strong man in construction safety in Nigeria, a very solid friend and colleague who has also left his mark in the construction sector in Nigeria. No other person but a brother I call the man with the equipment. And me and him, we know what the equipments are. He is no other person but Chief Hassan B. Hassan. Chief Hassan, if you are here, please, let's hear your voice.
Good morning, everyone. It's nice to be here.
Welcome. I'd like to move on from there to make welcome the only princess of occupational health and safety, the only princess of Ubuntu in occupational health and safety in Africa. She is a very distinguished Scrum professional, a management systems consultant, and a very, very passionate professional. She believes that her best qualifications are her children and her husband, and she always likes to make sure we bring that up when we introduce her. No other person but Princess Monica Nwosu. Princess, please, we'd like to hear you. We can see you sitting on a rock on the beach.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good morning, good evening, wherever you are joining us from. A pleasure to be here. And I don't know about that last part, Julius.
I know about it.
A pleasure to be here. Thank you so much.
Right. Okay, he's to be followed. That she's to be followed by another fantastic, highly respected and versatile brother and consummate professional, Mr. Akim Mustafa. Mr. Akim Mustafa currently works in Canada and he'll be joining us from there. Akim, if you are here, please, can we just hear you?
All right, good morning and good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to join you, Julius, and nice meeting everybody.
Fantastic. You're welcome. I'd like to also invite and welcome to this panel another very distinguished professional in the occupational health and safety and construction space in Nigeria, Engineer Jumade Adejola. Engineer, please, are you here?
Yes, I'm here. Thank you very much.
Oh, great to have you, sir. You're welcome.
Thanks for welcoming me to this platform.
Okay. Welcome, sir. Okay, so it's to be followed by the very first DG of the Lagos State Safety Commission, our distinguished Mrs. Dominga Omolara Odebumi. I'm told that it's not Dominga Martins to join us, but herself. So I'd like to welcome Madam to this panel session. You're very welcome, Madam. Are you there? Can we hear you?
Thank you very much for having me. It's a
Great.
pleasure to be with very great minds.
Thank you very much. I'd just like to make a remark that this is the first panel in a very long time that I'll be involved with that everybody is around. So I just thank all of you for keeping to it, and it underscores the importance of this discussion to everyone. And when I noticed at some point we had over 170 persons connected, that again shows how people value the topic of discussion. And we will be grateful that you give it that touch that will further add the learning to everything else we'll be talking about, so that everyone living here is packed full and ready to make Lagos, Nigeria, and indeed Africa a greater place and a safer atmosphere. So we're all welcome. Maybe I should start with the Don himself. And please, let's do our best to keep our responses short. I know that you cannot invite people of knowledge and they will not have stuff to say. But if you give us a summary, like Engineer Jamie used to say, if you give us the miniskirt approach, we will appreciate it a lot. Whatever you say, let it be short, but let it still cover the center of excellence, the crux of the matter. Thank you very much. So we'd like to start with the dawn of safety, and our first question will be exactly like an opening to everything. Why do we need to talk about safety in design, especially at this time when there's so much knowledge out there about how to do things? Why do we need to trouble ourselves, especially seeing how expensive this safety can be sometimes? Why should we trouble ourselves about involving safety in design? Sorry, Honorable, your mic is muted.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry about that. Yeah. Thank you, Julius, and thank you, panelists and everybody listening. Since you've said to keep it as short and sweet, I'll try to do that. Okay. Obviously, the importance of designing safety or safety in design has been adequately and thoroughly dealt with by the earlier speakers. But I'll just try to also approach it from a point that I don't think was adequately addressed by either speaker, and that is the importance of safety in design to the workers actually carrying out the construction that are actually working. I said that a lot of attention was paid to the structural integrity of the construction, as well as the safety of the engine. But when safety is introduced into the design process, right from into the construction process, right from the design stage, it also helps to a large extent improve on the safety on the safety of the workers that are going to be engaging in the construction process itself. And when this is done properly, using following regulations or not following time-tested safety principles, there's a lot to be gained through the reduction in accidents on site during the construction process, and whether it's to the workers themselves or to other people that or people in the vicinity, other contractors that could be affected by the work. At something as simple as the interface or the interplay of various contractors that are working on the same project. Then you need to understand that the importance of designing that project such that the impact of the activities of each set of contractors or each set of workers do not affect negatively other workers that might not be familiar with the hazards or the risks that one set of workers introduce into the mix. And this will come straight right from the design stage of the construction process. The CDM regulations 2007 make this very clear. And when you bring this on board, then you are able to save a lot of money, save a lot of money in terms of reduction in accidents, reduction in downtime, reduction in fines, and all the other cost centers that happen or that come up when there's an accident or an issue that arises in the place of this if taken on board, like I said, in addition to all the other issues that have already been discussed earlier today, highlight the importance to a very large extent of why safety in the design of the construction process is so crucial. I think Jamie, it was that made mention, and that is moving on now. It was Jamie that made mention of the fire that happened in the supermarket a couple of days ago, or just a couple of days ago, and it was very clear that there was some very fundamental and Engineer Jumade, I'm not going to talk too much about this because I know that is probably what you are going to be focusing on. But there was quite it was quite obvious to anybody who had even the rudimentary knowledge of health and of safety and and fire risks, fire risk management, that there was absolutely nothing that was worth writing home about in the arrangements that have been put in place in the design of that place. We all know that the basic rule in fire risk management is you keep heat sources away from fuel sources. And look at what happened. Now, if in the design of that supermarket it had been taken on board that you needed to properly, at least even just put some kind of mentalization in place for an area where you are the highest level of fire risk. What we are hearing, the figures we are hearing being bandied around now, 5 billion naira worth of supermarket has been destroyed. We wouldn't be hearing that. The fire would have been contained and limited through the engineered design of the structure to such a situation that the damage will have been minimal and it will have been manageable. I think I'll keep quiet now for a bit. Maybe I'll have the opportunity to talk a little more later. But for now, I think that should add a little more to the already highly intellectual discussions that have gone on already. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable. I think I gave a warning to the House earlier on that they are going to get loaded with all the valuable things around, and whoever has listened to you now has obviously known that the day is one to get seated properly and and begin to sip in doses of knowledge. Thank you so much. Taking it from there, I'd like to go straight to Madam Mrs. Dominga Odebumi. You've been in the regulatory space, and we're fortunate to have you pioneer the Lagos State Safety Commission. We would like to hear from a regulatory perspective. What do you think are the loopholes with infusing design into health? Infusing health and safety into projects at the design phase?
Thank you so much, Honorable Moderator. Since you are giving everybody a title, you can share my brother Wanle's title. Honorable,
I've collected mine. I'll distribute it among the panelists.
Wonderful. This is so key, very key. And the question is so on point in the sense that I was looking through various things and I thought, how am I going to do justice to this? And the question you've asked, it's so very, very key and very relevant. And that was what brought about the first safety guidelines in construction that we came up with. We had to come up with, actually, and during my tenure in Lagos State Safety Commission. Now, why did we do that? Before we were able to even bring up that guidelines, the experience of the collapse of buildings, it was like a welcome when I started this job. And it was almost every week. In fact, it subsided now. It was almost every week that there would have to be a building that would collapse somewhere. So we looked at it and we thought we needed to solve this problem anyway. Number one, loss of lives, so many things, the presenters, they've actually done a very good job. But what brought about that guideline was the fact that we realized that it was becoming a little difficult to actually get perpetrators, get some people that would be responsible for some form of consequences as a deterrent for another building collapse to happen. Naturally, yes, we do have an executive order that we were able to take from, because normally for you to have legislations and regulatory policies, you really need to either have something that you will pick it up from, or you would have to start all over again. Fortunately, we had an executive order that could be used then, and allied workers, construction safety for allied work and allied workers. But you see, that executive order was brought up based on health issues, in the sense of what the workers, like Wale said, what the workers were experiencing, the ill health they were picking up from asbestos, exposures to a lot of hazardous substances. So that was where that executive order came from. But we needed to expand it to be able to capture more atrocities that were taking place. We knew outrightly that the bottom line here, the design was wrong. And once your safety design is wrong, you're not going to have a good safety plan. So for us to be able to do that, we applied the engagement procedures in safety standards, in safety management systems. We had to come up with a summit. I don't know if many people will remember this at Eco Hotel, that we came up with a summit to be able to get quite a number of stakeholders involved. The users, the workers, the community people, the professionals of different sectors to come together, and also some victims as well, to come together and put thoughts and direction in that way. The summary of that, now this is where I'm going to rest this input. The summary of that summit, we realized that there was a lot of technical inputs, there were lots of contributions from engineers, so many things. But we now thought, how are we going to communicate this simply to every person, an ordinary person that will pick up a guideline and be able to run with it. A professional will pick up the guideline and will be able to move with it. We had to just summarize it into 10 simple hazards in construction safety, which you would find at the end, at the back of that, that guideline. So really, governments, there is a need for us to be able to answer your key question now. The loophole is the fact that the will from regulators to do the needful. I'll be very on point with it. The will to do the needful. It is a complex situation that stakeholders themselves are part of their sabotage. They are also sabotaging themselves just because of small mindset of thinking that they're saving money at inception. We've seen what the presenters have given, beautiful graphs describing how you would lose more money by not putting the right things in place at the design stage. I met with some architects and some engineers at some young ones coming up, and I was so encouraged. They were asking, we want to know more about safety. And I was like, wow, this is encouraging. These were the sole people that we were screaming to call upon at the Safety Commission then, about maybe about 6-7 years ago. We went straight for those that were responsible for the designs of things: architects, urban planners, town planners, and structural engineers. We held meetings with them. They were not interested to push it further. So what am I saying? The will, you really, and whoever is at the helm of making to a difference in safety and design must be ready for the fight, must be ready to stand firm, and must be ready not to compromise if you really want to get if you really want to get a good result. So we can say a lot of things. Professionals are eager, professionals are angry, professionals are willing, but the regulators need to have a stronger will and have a focus to deliver. So that's really where I will rest it. And that's what the loophole is for now.
Wow.
Thank you.
Wow. Wow. Thank you so very much, man. I'm not going to say anything again. I will just be shouting wow until I get out of control and say something else. Thank you very much, man.
You're welcome.
That was like an X-ray of where we are. But maybe I should just call on Chief Hassan. He's been on site so many times. Maybe I should just ask him, where do you think on a scale of 1 to 10? Because from what Madam has said, some effort has been made. On a scale of 1 to 10, how do you feel this level where we have reached on site? Where are we in Nigeria?
Good afternoon, everyone, once again. Julius, you know where we are. We don't need to, expatiate further. On a scale on 1 to 10, I'll just give us 3 at the moment, sincerely. And reason being that...
why will you fail us in this exam?
Yes, we have to tell ourselves the truth. Well, when it comes to safety, we cannot be hiding under pretext that everything is okay and everything is fine. Recently, you've heard about some collapse that happened within the last 5 days and all that. You've seen fire, issues and everything. So we need to call a spade a spade. We cannot continue to hide and pretend that everything is it's well. If you look at the regulations, we don't have it yet in construction safety. And what's really demeaning is to have safety officers or safety professionals coming in when a project has kickstarted. They need to be part of the design. They need to be part of those people who ask questions at the planning stage. Do we have that here at the moment? No, it's only few companies in Nigeria are bringing consultants on health and safety during the planning stage. And if you look at the regulations, we don't have it yet. We have construction regulations for Lagos State Safety Commission that's been in the House of Assembly over 2 years. I was the one that wrote that regulation and also passed it across to all safety professionals who give their input. But it's really frustrating when you do put a lot of work. I mean, nobody's paying you for it, and all you wanted is, results. And at the end of the day, what you've done, it's been dumped somewhere, and you keep on having issues because we don't have these regulations in place. So, Julius, let's just leave it at 3. You know what I'm saying? Until we move forward, and maybe next year we go to 5. But for now, I think that's what we have.
Well, I mean that was it was, I don't want to call it a miser score, but I'm hoping that at the end of this conference, we will be able to see traceable inputs. I mean, progress from all the inputs that have been made at this conference, because we can't have, fantastic people like yourselves contribute so much and yet we don't grow so fast. So we are going to have a communique at the end of this conference and hope that it's taken to high places and then things begin to move faster. So that by the next conference, hopefully you can score us an 8. Is that too optimistic?
I pray so, because the Lagos State Safety Commission is really doing their best to ensure that at least get this sorted out. But there's little they can do when it comes to executive. Is it the Parliament or the House of Assembly? I mean, assented to this regulation. There's a little they can do. They can only continue to enforce what they can enforce, or without the regulations in place. So I believe once this is done, we're going to get better.
Okay. Thank you very much. Okay, so we'll move from here to Engineer Jumade, and I'll just like to ask sir, those basic, your view about prioritizing safety of occupants first before the construction. What's really your view? How can we make that priority happen? Because whenever people are planning to build, that project timelines are usually what everybody is looking at. So how can we really rechannel priorities and have that change of mindset to make first things come first?
Yeah, thank you very much. And thanks everybody that has participated and are still participating. I want to comment first of all our brilliant Jamil. We know him and we know the stuff he carries anyway. So even though he calls everybody his leader, we know where. Hello.
Yes, sir. We're with you, engineer.
Okay, thank you. Yeah. First of all, let me just say this. Of recent, maybe about 1 or 2 or 3 months now, I've been involved in so many conferences, both online here and there, and I've been delivering papers here and there, most especially in Nigeria. Some professionals have been calling me, most especially the NIA, the Nigerian Institute of Architects, because I've been an advocate. So I do a lot of things in a way that I try to shout out my mind on people. In the build industry that I belong, I know that the architect is supposed to be the chief consultant and in this industry. But I see them, I always tell them that they're not doing up to what we're expecting them to do. Because if you are representing the client and the client is not supporting your profession, I don't see why you should represent them. But because everybody is out for business, they still have to lower the standard a little bit for the clients. But I always tell them that, look, if you want to do well for the clients, you tell them the truth, because they're the one bringing money. And I don't see why they should bring in money Even during the construction, the thing will just collapse. They waste money. Even in my own office, if not because I'm a safety person, they will have done the same thing for me, despite the fact that I spend money. I love to state that we need to come together, like Engineer Jamin said. All the professionals need to come together. Then another thing again is about the political will. I see that most of us are shying away from being apolitical. Why I'm saying this is that if you don't join these people, they will be making laws that you'll be bound to obey. And that is why I try as much as possible to encourage my colleagues. We are not politicians, but at the same time, let us participate with them, so that they will know, they will recognize that one day they bring people that are professionals to come and head some of their offices. Because the reason why we're having all these things in shambles, that we cannot move away or move on with what is standard in this country, is because we just put anybody there just because of politics here and there. And I want to say to you, I remember a week ago or thereabout, last week Friday, when they were trying to, there was a public hearing on the fire bill at Lagos State Government, House of Assembly. I was asked to come and talk on it. And when they sent the bill to me, I saw that bill, most of what is in that bill did not represent what we need to do. So I had to pieces it for them and then tell them what they should do if they want us to move forward in Lagos State, not talk of Nigeria. And then we have that, and they have taken it in, and they promised me that they're going to look into all those points that I've given them, which to me is a way forward. And all this one, like our moderator said now, I wanted to ask that question, because I don't like just talking. Nothing happens. My own is that if there's a communique, where are this communique going? Do we have the right places to send this communique? Do we know who we should send this communique to? And do we know what to do? Safety in designs is the most important aspect of design for any construction. When we talk of safety does not necessarily mean that, okay, we don't want people to die on site. We don't want this to happen. What about after the construction? Look at the fire incident everywhere. Look at what is going on. Look at the truck, the fire, what do you call it? All these gas truck. Who are the people in charge, for goodness sake? Who are the people allowed those trucks to come out? Who are the people in charge of all the regulations? So all this thing is encompassing. Look at the one that happened in, what do you call it, Banner supermarket in Abuja. When it happened, they were calling me. I said, am I a firefighter? I'm a fire engineer. So the thing is this, people also should note that, look, to design, you must have everything from design stage when it comes to construction. And I told them in Lagos State, I said, look at the Minister of Physical Planning. What are they doing? Their own is just to see the architectural design and then approve. Where is the mechanical design, design for every building? What are they doing about the firefighting? What are they doing about fire detection systems? What are they doing about everything that they need to put in place? If those things are not there, why must you approve such designs? So we still have a lot to do. I won't deceive us. We have a lot to do. We will continue to talk like this, and we will continue in this advocacy. Maybe one day, somebody that is safety passion in it will be put in charge of all this safety. And then all of us need to come together and work as one and build one, a forum that will make sure that we become a formidable team for the government. Because we are not being recognized even in the things in what is happening in the states. Even at the federal level, we are not being recognized. I told some of my colleagues, when the election is coming, you also show your face, so that one of us will even be put in charge of certain things. Then we can make our voice known. So
exactly,
I think we need to do a lot of things. Are you getting me? We need to do a lot of things. Thank you very much. So I would say,
thank you.
I still have more to say, but to give room.
I know. I said it from the beginning, sir. I know that if we continue, we can have another full day. But I'm sure that whoever, all the people here that are listening, about 130 of us are still on this call. I'm sure none of them is in doubt about the quality of delivery that you all are giving. And I really want to keep thanking you all for this wonderful contributions you're making. Even if we don't know where to send this communique to engineer, we will come to you. And through you, we will get to the right places. And like you have said, hopefully too, we get one of our very own to be in the highest of places very soon, and things can take a drastic turn for the better. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, sir.
So,
Welcome.
I would like to call on the only princess of Ubuntu in Africa. Ubuntu is a South African term, but the princess of Ubuntu is from Nigeria. So we would like to thank the princess for being here and to ask her one of the areas of her expertise to tell us about the basic safety designs that need to be considered at home. Princess, if you can hear me, the question is, what are the basic safety designs to be considered at home? And they used to say that women see the details in designs at home. And if that is the case, then of course the princess should see far beyond just what other women are seeing. Princess, you're welcome.
Yeah, well done, Julius. Thank you for good moderation. Thank you for this question. Okay, when I looked at the list of all the questions, of course, I was looking at that question amongst others. Okay, so yeah, I'm so glad that I'm the one taking this aspect of this question. Now, see, from all what everyone has said, from the fantastic presentation, and from all what the other panelists have said, there's no gainsaying that the design of a facility, products, and processes, whatever it is, it impacts the health and safety of those that are exposed to the design in all its forms. Whatever form of design it is, it will definitely impact the occupants. So therefore, we can deduce that safety and health risk exposure can be mitigated through design, of course, and then of course we can prevent injuries and fatalities to any occupant of any facility. And then that means that in order for us to improve the basic, the basic health and safety of any facility, be it home. Okay, so my focus will be home, but really, be it home or any facility at that, there's a fundamental consideration for the, how the safety, the consideration of safety in designing that facility. Now coming to home, of course, we hear regularly, we see regularly of the constant collapse of buildings and constant collapse of residential building particularly. And then of course, we know that the reason why this is happening is actually the focus of our discussion today. When you talk about, residential building, I had one or two experiences where I was involved in one or two projects, and I knew what it took me, just like what Engineer Jumade had just said. I knew what it took for the approvals of those buildings to be given. It is not it is a whole pressure. So much stress goes into getting building approval for Lagos State Building Control Agency, Lagos State Fiscal Planning, and all of that. Then when you get this permit, or in fact, what you have to design and all the designers you have to get and all of the people you have to get to design these things. Then when the building is being constructed, I keep wondering where they kept all those approvals. Because the truth is, you see one thing being approved and then completely another thing being constructed. And so that leaves a lot to be desired. Now, looking at basic safety consideration for home, one of the key areas that readily comes to mind is emergency consideration and the evacuation process. Those are one of the major considerations that we need to really look at, especially regarding residential buildings. You will see a lot of buildings around us, particularly in Lagos State, at least that's where I live. And then you will see buildings of 2-3 floors, and you will see only one staircase that leads to the entire building. There's no other exit or emergency exit alternative staircase, in case of an emergency. And you see the level of occupancy. Imagine a building that is up to like 2-3 floors, having just one staircase leading to it. There's no emergency consideration, and then the evacuation process, it's not even in consideration at all. And even if there's any exit, you discover that those exits are usually, not even very conducive most of the time. Then you look at the fire protection consideration, the type of materials used, the quality of material used, and then of course we know that the commonest aspect of the commonest hazard that we always encounter in residential buildings is electrical hazard. And it all goes to the kind of material, especially when it comes to the design of that building. Are you looking at the partitioning, the material that is used for partitioning? Engineer Jumadi was talking about the mechanical, electrical, and plumbing, designs and all of that. What kind of consideration? When you talk about the structural consideration, what kind of foundation? Julius, let me tell you something. I know a building that was just a bungalow, and all of a sudden, a bungalow was converted overnight into a 2-3 floor building. And I'm just wondering, the same foundation that is for that bungalow is the same
That's
foundation.
called innovation. Innovation.
When we're talking about innovation, of course, that's a very terrible innovation. So basically, safety in design involves a lot of balance between the operational, technical, physical, a lot of consideration that need to be, particularly looking at the number of occupants that will occupy. Even looking at the COVID pandemic now has made it very, very important for us to look at the air quality and proper ventilation for buildings. But of course, you know that a lot of buildings do not take all of this into cognizance when these buildings are being designed. So when you talk about residential buildings, a lot. I mean, my question is, regulators that approve these building designs, you get your approvals, building approvals, building plan permit. After getting them, how come these are not being monitored and spent through before they are actually going into production, that is construction? So yes, a lot really needs to be desired regarding safety in design, and we still really need to do a lot of advocacy. And I really, really do appreciate this platform giving us that opportunity to lend our voices and then see that, look, there's a huge gap in terms of what is being designed and what is really constructed in actual practice. Yeah, thank you.
Thanks a lot, Princess. Like I said, I think what will happen is that TWPS will plan conferences and split the conferences into each of these presenters. Each one of them will have one topic per conference. Okay, so I'm going to now rush straight to our brother. An astute professional colleague,
your message. It won't go. That's my experience with trying to respond to messages.
Mr. Akim Mustafa is a chartered safety professional, one of our own very, very highly respected safety professionals.
Yes, with this number or the other one.
His question is to try and tell us who are the stakeholders, because we want to have a stakeholders engagement for the implementation of solutions that are emanating from this discussion. Who are these stakeholders? Who needs to be called to the table where this matter will be settled? Akim, please, are you there?
Yes, I am. Thanks a lot, Julius, for this opportunity to give my thoughts about this question. Very important. I would not waste a lot of time talking about a lot or describing what the stakeholders do, because most of the panelists have talked about them or mentioned them in the early questions. But I will concentrate on two key people on the list. So I'll just quickly run through my list of the people I think should be recognized stakeholders for safety in design, for the construction industry, and perhaps for so many other industries in Nigeria. So the first is the client. The client is very important. The client has to have the commitment, the dedication towards occupational health and safety, including environment. The main contractor who the client is going to appoint is also very key in making this call. The designers also very important, very, very, very important. So all subcontractors. In fact, the World Bank, IFC, when they look, when they are engaged in major constructions or major turnkey projects, they always would like to have you, discuss about how you select your subcontractors. ISO standards also focuses on subcontractors. They are as important as the contractor itself. Then every other person employed in any capacity on the project. Also very important are the local authorities, very important. Federal, states, local governments, they are very, very important in making making good decisions around safety and design. The end users, sometimes you have to engage them when you're trying to think about a team that would be able to, robust team, that will be able to help you make good decisions.
Well, Kathy, I'm still looking at this.
Okay, and pick out some tiny bits which some of the key guys may overlook. So the end users are very important. Professional bodies, are also important. I've seen comments or I've read comments about this, and we can't overflog it. It's very important that they're also engaged. Sometimes, and these are the last three set of people that I think a lot of us sometimes overlook. The trade unions, we overlook them when it comes to making decisions around safety and design. We just look at them that, this is just a helper. These guys are just masons. They're just electricians. These guys are just the plumbers, and we ignore them. We feel the big boys are the engineers. The guy with the current certificates. These are the guys that should make the decision. And we ignore the trade unions. It's unbelievable. In developed, for example, in Canada, that I am, these are very important. In fact, some of them are even more paid than I am as a manager. The trade union guys. So the recognition, for their participation is key. And when you give them this recognition, they will bring to the table their experience, and you'll be surprised on how this will help to improve safety and design. I'll also talk about one key set of people very briefly that we also ignore in Nigeria, and especially when it comes to this occupational health and safety, the media. The media's involvement in safety and design is too important. Someone talked about, one of the presenters earlier, I think the second presenter, talked about how the building in Dubai was, how we heard about it, and how he was talking about how the Crown Prince and everybody were talking about the project. If this did not come out through the media, you won't probably see it. So the media is really important in getting this information out to everybody. So media does investigative journalism. They are involved when the project is in the conceptual stage. The media puts it up, for everybody to see and know that there's a project coming up. These are the clients, these are the engineers, this is what they want to do. Sometimes they even talk about the safety that's involved in the project. They talk about how this design would keep people safe. And people are excited about it, or some people even express their concerns. So this is a very good way to get the media fully involved. So we shouldn't rule them out. We should always bring in the media for projects like this. And finally, like we all know, myself, yourself, safety professionals we're a key part of, the SMEs when you talk about safety and design. You cannot rule out our support. It's very key in getting this sorted out. So these are the few guys I would like to just, or food professionals I like to mention out as important people when making a team for safety and design. Thank you.
Wow. Thank you very much. I think when you were listing out this, it got to a climax, and somebody had to come to the comment section to ask if he will be given a certificate for this program. That tells you the degree of importance that people attach to what they are gaining here. The clients, the main contractors, designers, all subcontractors, others, local authorities, federal, state, and local governments, end users, trade unions, media, safety professionals, design engineers, and co. These are the stakeholders that you've listed for us, and we'll do our best to collaborate with these ones because we want an outcome that will benefit the generality of humanity across Nigeria. I'd like to thank all panelists for these fantastic views that you've given. And I'm going to throw one question in that will be where you will bear your concluding thoughts for 1 minute each, and just tell us how can safety professionals effectively interface in their workplaces, looking at the problems we face on a daily basis. How can we effectively interface with these people to ensure that we are carried along right from the design phase? I would like to start from Honorable, please. Honorable Wale. Honorable, are you still on? Okay, network may have taken him away, but Chief Hassan, did you hear our question?
Yes, I did, Julius. Thank you very much. I've always been involved in the planning phase of every project that I'm involved in. All I can say is that safety professionals also needs to broaden their knowledge in whatever aspect of whatever industry they find themselves. You have to be knowledgeable about that industry for you to be able to make impact. It should not be just about safety alone. Wear your helmet, make sure that you do this right, make sure good housekeeping and all that. You should also be involved in what they call in the management aspect of the business. And the only thing you can that will allow you to get to that level is by also showing enthusiasm, also showing that you have good knowledge of what that industry is all about. So I'll leave it at that, Julius.
Thank you very much, Chief Hazard. I'd like to move straight to Princess Monica. How can health and safety professionals, what can they do to get carried along from the beginning, not when it's time to go to site?
Building from, sorry, hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yes,
Hello?
building from the perspective of what Hassan has said, it's very, very fundamental. As a consultant, and this is what I have really, it's one of the things I've always advocated for each time I have opportunity to speak. Just being a safety professional or health and safety manager or officer in an organization, it's not enough. You need to get into the heart and mind of the business. You need to understand the strategic direction of the organization. You need to know what the business is doing at that time. You see, health and safety have gone beyond risk management, hazard identification and risk management. I think I have overemphasized this at every opportunity I have. You need to begin to understand your stakeholders and begin to have proper stakeholders engagement and get involved in what the organization is doing. Most of the time, it will amaze you as a consultant sometimes when I go to organization to work with them. The health and safety professional do not even understand what kind of projects. In fact, sometimes they get involved at the middle of the project. Sometimes it takes regulators to get health and safety professionals involved. When they now call them, then they tell me that sometimes they are not even aware that such projects are being deployed in the organization. Can you not be aware? So one of the fundamental things that we need to do as occupational health and safety professional in order for us to be properly integrated into whatever project that our organizations are, handling, so that we can be able to, infuse health and safety into the design of the project from the conceptualization stage, from the very beginning of the project, is for us to begin to, understand the organizational direction of whatever, wherever we find ourselves. Have organizational knowledge, understand the industry, understand who your competitors are, understand the internal and external issues that are affecting your kind of business, understand the context of your business. If you're operating within the oil and gas, you definitely agree with me that your internal and external issues are going to be different from if you're operating within the construction, if you're operating within the manufacturing sector. You need to understand what are the core issues, in terms of, economic, political. Speak to the heart of the business so that you become a key stakeholder, such that when decisions are being made, you're part of those decisions that are being made. Now, let me give you just one more example, Julius, before I hand over to next panelists that want to speak. Sometimes you will see health and safety professionals, once they are in a management meeting and they have presented, their own issue as regarding their occupational health and safety, they switch off. Sometimes they even walk out
They
when
go
they
to
are
site.
presenting.
Yes.
Yes, they walk out. And then the HR
All
person
right.
is talking, you are not involved. The production man is saying what is biting him, you're not involved. You don't even understand what's going on in the organization. Then how then would they get involved in decision making? Obviously, if you're not involved, you would definitely not understand what is happening regarding project implementation. It's only when it is deployed that you get involved. And at that stage, of course, you will not be able to achieve this aspect of infusing safety at the very inception of the project design. All right, thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Princess. So we'll quickly move from there to, instead of repeating that same question to others, let's just look at some comments that came in on the Q&A section. Someone said, "Good day. How do clients know the right professional to handle a project, most especially the unlearned client?" Yeah, Akim, please, you can help us with that. How can we get our people who are not learned in the white man's book? How can we get them to know the right person to choose to manage a project?
Okay, thank you. So I'll just answer this with two quick responses. So the first one is for us as occupational health and safety professionals, we have the burden to create the right awareness. So awareness, through the media, through events, through discussions like this one, invite people, not just invite only safety professionals, invite the public to join, to learn, opportunities around how to make the right decisions. So it's a way for us to be able to reach out to them and let them know how to select the right people to help them on their project. The second step that I also think also would come from the regulators. If there is very strong and strict regulations and inspections by the regulators, not just having the regulations available and nobody is implementing it. So if the regulations are out, people know it, and before you start your building or before you start your project or your construction project, you have to approach the regulators and then get the approval permits from them. And on that permit, be indicated the people that you have to engage for your project. And also, for example, here, there is a from 1,000, and on that form, it lists the title of the project, the people involved, and the required people involved has to be there for the government to approve it. So this is how, for me, these are the two key ways for the layman on the street that's planning to build a house, do a construction project, to be able to get the information on who to approach to get help from.
All right.
And
Thank you very much.
sorry,
Thank you. That's
I'm not sure whether
instructive.
you called me earlier. I apologize.
Okay. Yeah, you can bear your mind on it, man. We're
Okay,
actually asking for your concluding thoughts for a minute.
lovely. Okay, very quickly. I mean, very valid information for my sister, Princess Monica, and of course the other panelists. One of the key things that would also enhance the proper implementation of this desire, this drive, is the fact that once the regulation is out, it will work a bit further as long as the regulation recognizes the importance of inspectorate, joint inspectorate. Somebody mentioned about the trouble of going to so many MDAs, ministry departments and agencies of government, various ones that are all doing almost a similar thing. We had that same issue in just normal workplaces. The same is the same thing that is happening in the area of construction of whether road or building or manufacturing, various forms of construction. And they have to capture the fact that fire is key. Now, why did I say that? We went as far as going, let me pick on Akim, what Akim mentioned, the key ones, the design, the clients, the contractor. I wanted to mention, expand the contractor as our own situation in Nigeria. The contractor includes even the government, because we have a procurement agency that is representing the government as a contractor. So we had to get involved, we stretch this to ensure that procurement was part of it, to the point that even in the procurement guidelines, we made sure that there was an element where contractors must abide by their safety plans. And how would you abide by safety plans if you've not done the safety plan well? You have to first of all do the safety plan anyway. So those are very important. Lastly, the inspection team must be cared for before they step out. One of the success stories around me was the fact that my inspection team were already given their own inspection funds. So by the time they get to sites, they are not, some of them will, well, you will still find few bad eggs, but some of them, they would most likely, 90% of them will be focused to do the right thing, to ensure that there is compliance. You will still find few that would compromise, no doubt. But if they are not looked after, this is different from their salaries, don't forget. This is different from running costs, running the agency. But the fact that you are going to, because when you set out to go and do an inspection on the construction site, like Princess said, you will wonder the documentation. They won't take so much interest to make sure that the approvals that have been given to a particular building is what is being used. So, but if they are well taken care of, they will do that. They will go extra mile. They will not mind to even be there till late to do the work. They are sometimes faced with also what you call attacks. So they also need to be, yes, they are faced with attacks. People attack them. So, those are the areas that I want us to also capture in the community. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you so much. Thanks a lot to
Congratulations.
all panelists. We're so grateful for the wonderful inputs you've all made. And I'd just like to, if Chief Honorable Wale Bakar is still here, I'd just like him to give us a 1 minute conclusion of everything we've said. Just wrap it all up.
Thank you, Julie. I'm still here. Like everyone has said, there's a lot to be done. There's a lot that has been gained, and there's still a long way to go. I'm not sure that everyone has mentioned this place of corruption as one of the impediments to our ability to get to the promised land. That is very key. We've had several cases that
Thank
been
you, Kathy.
investigated.
All right.
We've had several cases that have been investigated, and we hardly ever get to see the outcome of those investigations. That needs to be tightened up. Professionals need to come together and band together and insist that where investigations are carried out or where we are put on panels, on investigation teams, we need to demand that the outcomes of these investigations be made public, and the consequences applicable must be enforced. And that is enough of that isn't done, and until there are clear consequences for wrongdoing, I'm sorry, there won't be any disincentive for people not to cut corners, and that is one of the major issues that we are fighting against, not just in this country but across most developing nations. So I think that's something that we need to take on board. Regulation is good, enforcement is good, but then there needs to be a coming together of the rules, such that where there are situations that arise that the rules have been flouted, there must be consequences. People must pay, and that then discourages others from going down this.
Thank you so much, Honorable. Thank you.
Hello. You're willing to bear the burden of doing the right thing, and you see someone who is doing the wrong thing, making quote and unquote progress or making get the advantage of his wrongdoing, then obviously you will be so encouraged to do the right thing next time. Thank you again to TWPS and everybody that has been involved in this. I'm very grateful and honored to have been allowed to be part of it. Thank you and have a great day.
Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot, Honorable Wale Bakari. Thanks, Chief Hassan B. Hassan. Thanks, Princess Monica Nwosu. Thanks, Chief Akim Mustafa, CSP. Sorry, I've not put that since. Thanks a lot, Engineer Jumade Adejola. You've made fantastic contributions. And thanks, our own very pioneer DG of the LSC. Thank you very much, Madam Dominga Omolara Odebumi. We are grateful for the wonderful insights you've all brought into this conversation. And we hope that if not for anything else, for all the efforts that you all have put, that there will be a lot of improvements. And as we tell everyone else, 120 of us here, whenever you want to start a design, start first from your own side. As somebody who is exposed to this amount of knowledge, insist on doing it right, so that while we are trying to get the regulatory side right, we're also getting the personal sides right. Thank you very much, TWPS, for this opportunity. I'm grateful for the privilege to have moderated here, and I say thank you once again. Bye, everyone.
Thank you, Julius. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Over to you, our chief moderator overall.
So our next speaker is very short.
Mr. Ehi Ibn is an occupational health and safety consultant of over 22 years practical experience. He spent his first 11 years in clinical environment. He's a doctoral fellow working on workplace health and wellness promotion as his study area. He works as a chief executive officer at Occupational Health and Safety Managers. He's the head of faculty, OSH University, and the president of OSH Africa. He's a regional ambassador to Patient Safety Movement Foundation, also a workplace mental health ambassador. He's a member steering committee, European Network Education, and training in occupational safety and health.
Mr. Ehi will be talking on resulting from poorly designed space. Mr. Ehi, you have the floor now, sir.
Okay. Good afternoon, or yes, it's afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. It's been a very insightful moment. I have sat here and listened carefully to all that's been put up. It's been very insightful, a lot to learn, and a lot of messages to take home. So within the time I have at my disposal, I have to share a few thoughts on the safety in design and ergonomic risk. While I was listening to the presentations from the panelists, and a thought kept flashing through my mind, and which of course has to come with design. I went to audit a building, a government agency, about 3 years ago, and I realized how we use our own hands to set ourselves up, because we tend to put aesthetic above safety in all that we do. So what we realized within this building was that everything they did was ruined by aesthetic value, in the sense that when they have fire, the fire truck, even if they are able to get to the building or get to the street, they cannot access the building to render support in putting out fire. And most times, those are issues that come up from design point. And a lot have been said on that, but we'll just focus more on what we'll do with ergonomic perspective in the context of this presentation. I wasn't here from the beginning, and I'm sure a lot of things have been said on safety in design on a wider perspective. Like in some contexts, it's called safety in design. In some, it's called prevention through design. In some, it's called safety by design. In some, it's called safety at design. But when you put all together, they are all the same thing, but geographically, the concepts are being used as it suits wherever you're coming from, but we refer to the same thing. I wouldn't waste our time, because I'm sure the definition has already been put forth by so many presenters that came before me. But I'll just put up here is that it's a movement that encourages construction or product design to design out health and safety risks during design development. That means a lot of thought processes have to go into design. It's not just what we see. I mean, like health and safety, it's a product and it's a service. And that's where it becomes a little complex in its own management. If Toyota have wrong design or a design error in their products, they are able to recall those products out of the market. In the safety part, in the product part of safety, yes, we can do that. But in the service part of safety, it is difficult to do that, because the services are created in the midst of the workplace. So that's why it is very important that when we come to the workplace, we also need to understand that whatsoever we create by our behavior, by what we put in, it is difficult to recall. And if care is not taken, somebody suffers for it. You must learn to design with safety in mind. It is always easier than trying to think safety after design. You know, the truth is that it is cheap, it is more affordable to incorporate safety at the design stage than trying to modify what you already designed and trying to find a place to set or insert safety. So when you're thinking of a concept, be it a product, be it a work process, be it a work building, the truth is that it is easier for us to have safety at the center of this design. Ergonomic design should never be an afterthought that is begun when the design process is already in full swing. Think about ergonomics. Those that are going to use this system, these processes, this product, what does this product mean to their safety? It's not just about how beautiful a product is, it's about how safe a product is to use. As technology is fast evolving, we must understand also that businesses stand high level of competitiveness, and products are changing every day, and designs are changing every day. And the urgent need to take safety at concept stage is of utmost importance based on technological development. In a technology-driven economy, products of design become obsolete too fast and too quickly. What this means is that we are churning out products every day by virtue of increase or development in technology, and every product needs to be thought through the safety of the end users, the safe process within the product, so that at the end of the day, it is not just to design a product, but it's to design a product that will not give risk exposure to the users or whoever come in contact with the product. The need for constant improvement is fast creating new set of risks. And that's why we say we must understand that it is not just every change that brings about improvement. Yes, we will make change, but within those change, let the thought of safety be at the center of the change we are bringing in. So every change does not ultimately mean improvement. So we must keep that at the back of our mind. While we are thinking of the product we're designing, we must have these 4 categories of processes in mind. One, we must think about the end users, the workers that are going to use this product. We must first think about it, because if the product is good in your own assumption and exposes worker to new dimensions of risk, what you have just done is that we have just replaced an old problem with a new one. So it doesn't really make any sense. We must also think of the workplace where this product will be used. Example is when you are creating a level of chemical into the market for obvious reason. In the workplace where it's going to be used, have you looked at what could be the possible things that will be available in the workplace? The aeration, I mean, the quality of air that is needed within the workplace. Does this chemical, does it add to the risk that we already have in the workplace, or is going to better make this place habitable for people to work in while they use the chemical? We must also consider the tools we are going to use while doing our work, because if the tools that we use in our workplace are not considered in design, it also becomes a problem to the people that use the tools. And then we must also consider the work processes. That's why NEBOSH described or defined ergonomics as man-machine interface. So there must be a clear interface between the man, the tools that the man uses, the workplace where the man works, and the work processes. These must all intertwine properly, harmonize properly, else it will be risky or pose risk to the user. Then when we look at contextual definition of ergonomics, like I said earlier on, that NEBOSH calls it man-machine interface. But you can also look at it as the applied science of equipment design as for the workforce, intended to underline the word maximize productivity by reducing operators' fatigue and discomfort. So any product that we must design, we must look at the comfort of the users, comfort and convenience in the place where the product will be used. This must be clearly thought out. And if it's not meeting this, we can say that the product was designed without safety in mind or without ergonomics in mind at the end of the day. The consideration in safe design. We have all seen seats designed in diverse manner. But the truth is that don't look at the seat that is just beautiful. It may look so beautiful, but not serve the purpose by which you really need it. So when we are doing design, what happens these days is that people look at how do we beautify this design? How do we make it have what you call visual appeal? But within this visual appeal, where is the safety appeal? That is the question we are asking. What is the safety appeal? It can appeal visually, but when it's deployed to the market, to the users, I mean, with this seat, will it pose more risk to the users? Will it be convenient, safe enough for the users? These are the questions we must keep asking ourselves while we proceed towards design. The two things that must be clear in our design are: one, the safety of the product. Does it pose new risks to the users or to the people that go work with it? The secondly, how comfortable is this? These are two questions that we must keep answering or keep asking as we are going about our design process. It's very important. As a matter of fact, designing safe product is not an easy task, but you can only achieve what you put your mind to do, because it needs to have a lot of hazard identification within the product. What is the risk assessment you must think as? It must be a complete process thinking has to get involved. When you think from end to end, what could be the risk that this product may expose the user to? So you must think the whole process in ensuring that whatever product you have, you bring at the end of the day, it has high level of safety components within it. The most things that we see They are designed to be very beautiful, but that's meeting the aesthetic value, but the safety value are never met. That's why you see most seats, they look so beautiful, but when you sit on it ergonomically, it doesn't massage or align with your lumbar part of your body. So you use this seat over a period of time. The thing you come back with is high exposure to lower back pain. And lower back pain has become a very key issue. I mean, we're all still within the pandemic era where most of us are made to work at home. And this has become a very prevalent issue that has been fingered within remote working, where people work with upward seat body posture in wrongly engineered seats, which of course leave them with low back pain, upper back pain, thigh pain, which of course is sending most people to hospital right now. If you follow the Bupa report recently, one of the things that they say is that people are taking more medications than they ought to take. They feel they're taking more medication than they ought to take. Why? Because they are exposed to wrong sitting position, using wrong seats at home while they work remotely. And these are key issues that are coming out from design that are not safe. Then there's a key concept in ergonomy called anthropometry. And if you must get involved in safe design, I mean, to create ergonomic friendly design, you must keep this key word in mind. Then the question is, what is anthropometry? Anthropometry refers to the measurement of human individuals. This has been used for identification and for the purposes of understanding human physical variation. This is my palm. You must measure my palm. If you want to do a product that is bespoke to me, you must take measurement of my palm to know what exactly is the measurement of my palm. Do variation of human individuals. See where the variation is in trying to design a product that we can call human-centric, or a product that ministers safety to its end user. And this is very important. Then let's even take it from geographical point of view. That's why we have products that we have in Nigerian market. We tend to use it, but they were not designed to our body configuration. Why? Because they were not designed within our environment. So when we are talking about safe design, you must take environment where that design is being made into consideration, and the body structure of people that live within the environment. That's where anthropometry actually comes in, looking at the human physical variation. Take, for example, the people that work in, people from the Asian continent. Let's use South Koreans, let's use Chinese, and let's use them as an example. They have smaller body structure when you juxtapose that with those of us who live in Africa or those who live in America, where you have obesity actually taking a high dimension of Australians. But when you take the people from Asia and use that as your benchmark, I mean, when you are doing your anthropometry to design a product, what you have done with that product is that you have designed a product that fits perfectly the people of Asia, but when that product is exported to Africa, it becomes a problem, because at the beginning of it, Africans or the people with that kind of body size were not captured in anthropometric evaluation. So these are the kind of things we must look at. Who are the people you are designing the product for? We must look at what is the geography, what is the demography, what is the age bracket you are designing the product for. This must all be put in place if we must design a product that's ergonomically friendly to the users at the end of the day. If we don't do this, you design a product in Asia, you find out that you bring it into Africa. People that use it, they are confined. They don't have enough leg room. They're squeezed together because what you use as your anthropometric value were not the same body size of people that will end up being the end users. And these are critical issues that must be considered in design. And even when we design products in safety, these are very clear indications. Even when we're designing our workstations, this must be put in place. When we are putting together our workstation, this must be put in place. And even in our sittings, in our adjustments, you don't put a man that has a big body size and put in a seat that was created for a man who is not really big in stature or who is also small, I mean, in physical stature. So this will actually confront his body, his physical body stature, and living with a lot of risk exposure that comes with so much pain and most times deformity. And most, not even deformity, even over time, it leads to disability. And this disability, most times they last for too long, and some are not able to get corrected even in your entire lifetime. Then when we look at an anthropometric consideration, now this organization wants to design a bottle. You can see the process. The first thing is looking at anthropometric hand measurements, measuring the hands of the people that he feels this bottle will be designed for. Why are they taking pain to do this? Because they understand the fact that safety is important if people have to use, because if you're a product designer and you don't look at this consideration and your competitor look at this consideration, people feel safer using your competitor's product and they withdraw from you. So when this company was designing, trying to come up with a bottle, they were taking measurement, can see what they're doing, looking at hand measurement, looking at the anthropometric consideration, and they went as far as creating the size of bottle that will fit into the hands, average hand that they measured for the market they were designing this product for. At the end of the day, you can see what they came up with. These are what they were trying to arrive at, why these three processes have to take place. So it is as serious as this, trying to look at safety at the point of design. A lot of considerations have to come into product before we can actually have what you call safe product. We most times are not able to have some safe products or safe designs, not because we can't have it. People who are the owners of those products, who are creating those designs, they don't just want to take the pain to go through what they ought to go through and come up with product that is human-centric, that is human-friendly, that will not leave people with pain at the end of the day. But they just want the product being in the market. Whatsoever the people feel at the end of the day, it's not their business, so long as the product is there. But if you are somebody who thinks about the safety of the end users, your consideration must have a lot of anthropometric value to come up with a product that human beings can find safe to use. Then we think about workstations. Definitely, this also what we look at. For us to be able to get where we have our leg room, we need to do what we call anthropometric evaluation in designing our workstations. What is the body size of the people that we are designing these workstations for? What is their physical build up? We need to think about that before we can come up with what we really have as workstations that are designed for people. Like I said, if we design workstation in Africa, we will think about the body structure, the geography, our genetic build up of people in Africa to design what we think really fits for them. That's why I say again, when we design product from a place where you have people with smaller size, it becomes very difficult for that product to be safe in a region where people are naturally big like we have in Africa. The design consideration. Consider ergonomics at the early stage of design. It is difficult to factor ergonomics into the design when the design has been completed. So design at the onset must consider ergonomics. That's what we call safety at design, ergonomics at the design stage. You must identify your targets before considering ergonomics, because okay, you say, okay, I want to consider ergonomics, but you are working with the people that have small body stature, and that's a ergonomic consideration you're using, but that's not your market. So you claim to have considered ergonomics using small size body personalities, but you are sending the product to people that have fairly big body structure. So yes, did you consider ergonomics? You did, but you were using the wrong geography or wrong demography to come out with a product. So the product comes out, at the end of it doesn't fit into what you want it to, into people that have large body size. But when you are creating a product that is generic in design, yet you may just average what you think is available and also consider where you think this average fits in. So most times this is left out in the midst of it all. Let's assume you're designing a product where you design a pruning shear like scissors for trimming flower or in our garden. When you are going to design this product, you must consider what is the age bracket of people that actually do this. So definitely, you look at those who are retired and want to walk around their garden without those pruning shears, trimming their flowers. So you must put into consideration that you are designing product for people that live on the older side, that don't have enough strength to keep squeezing pruning share that is very strong. So it means at that place where they have to hold those pruning share to trim their flowers, it must be soft enough for them to be able to squeeze. I mean, unlike when you're designing something for a youth that still have so much strength, they can take, no matter how hard it is, use strength to operate that machine, and it works for them. But people that are elderly may not have such strength, so you must consider them when you are doing those design. So you must consider also the following. Like I said, there are the age group, I mean, demography that you are designing this product for. Location, look at the geography, where are they from? I mean, I give you a clear example. When we went for a conference in South Korea, that was 2015, 2016. For me, really, I didn't go with a jacket, because when I get to conference, I want to buy a jacket to do my presentation, because so I can reduce my excess luggage. When we got to South Korea, the second day, I went to the mall to look for a blazer to buy. I couldn't find a blazer that fit into my physical structure, because the market I was in, they have smaller body structure. So the blazers that were designed, the clothes that were designed, were made for the structure of the body structure of the people within that environment. I thought I was able I spent 3 hours in that mall until I was able to buy one blazer, which of course was still not myself. I mean, it just fitted, but I had to just use that to do my presentation. But I thought I was the only one that went through that problem until we met other African women who came for that same conference. They all were full of complaint. They couldn't buy a dress to come back to Africa. Why? Because of this, what we talk about anthropometry, the geography that this was being designed for was not where we're coming from. So we couldn't just get what fits us. So that's what we talk about. When we are making your design, you must look at location, you must look at the geography, look at the employment status, and possibly the gender. What sex are you designing for? You see, it became obvious, I mean, when COVID-19 came, how laptop was not really ergonomically designed. And that became one of the big revelations that we had during the COVID-19. And people, we have worked with laptop for many years, but because of our dependence on laptop and continuous hours where we're now working with laptop in our homes, it became obvious, known to everybody, that one of the most unergonomically designed products in the workplace is the laptop. And that's why you see people started making further adjustments. What do we do? And you see, this is what was never considered at the point that laptops were being designed. But are you going to run off laptop? No. But what we had to do was to make what you call supplementation, adjustment, to see how we can make laptop safer for us to use. But really, we found out that laptop is some product that didn't really think about ergonomics when they were being going through what you call the design stage. So some of the supplementation that if you look at laptop on its own, it creates what you call hunching. Hunching is where you have to look down, to get at your screen. But when you have the desktop could be adjustable better than the laptop can ever be. So you have to keep hunching. And this hunching had led to high prevalence of what you call upper back pain, because hunching, when you hunch, you sit in an awkward body posture, which disfigures your body structure. For that period of hours, you are going to sit working with that laptop. And that's why you see most people are down with upper back pain, lower back pain, because laptop didn't give this possibility for us to. But what we're supposed to do now, start looking at what are those supplementation. Dock station, it has become what people can now use to elevate the laptop so that you can have that configuration that you need to keep your body safe and healthy. When you look at the desktop, and unlike the laptop, you can see the difference. So you can use the desktop without really hunching, and look at the eye view to the screen is proportional, unlike the laptop. So this was revealed during this period of COVID-19. We realized how unergonomically that laptop was designed. So these are areas where safety should be thought through at design stage. I'm sure that these reports that are coming out right now, those who are creating laptop will look for what to do in improving the safety in laptops so that people can feel safer to use them without really coming down with further ergonomic pain or MSDS, musculoskeletal disorder. You can see the compensatory designs that people are coming up with, the supplementary design. Also have a dock station where you can use to elevate laptop. When you are elevating this laptop with a dock station, you are trying to raise the laptop up so that you can have what you call the proportional eye view to your screen, so that you don't hunch, because every hunching you do, you teach your body, and that leaves you with body pain at the end of the day. People started having what in this COVID-19, we also realized people started using what you call external keyboards and mouses, so that as you elevate the laptop with your dock station, you are not able to type on it anymore, because when you type on it, it means you place your hand in an awkward position, which of course also leaves you what you call carpal tunnel syndrome, tissue of the tendons that are in this area, and that also leads to high level of disability. So we're supposed to be using what you call the external keyboard. You can see one here. External keyboard, external mouses become the supplementations that were being used to make up for the ergonomic the void that we have in safe design of the laptop to meet ergonomics requirements. And you can see also, this is what we're talking about. You can see people start using external keyboards and all have just as supplementary to what's available in ensuring that they're able to work safe without actually getting exposed to higher risk by the poor design of laptops. Now, we're supposed to also create what you call ergonomic keyboard that can also help you in placing your hand properly, so that you can also have that supplementation in keeping all of us safe while we use our laptop. So these are some of the voids that we found out that were in laptop design that were not ergonomic friendly to the user, that we start having what you call supplementation. But this has helped. But the truth is, if somebody sits down tomorrow and think about the unsafe design in laptop, and tend to think it through and fill that void, and come with a laptop that fill that void of non-ergonomic configuration, and that it puts that in there, the truth is that becomes a boom for the market based on the ergonomic requirements. Now, like I said earlier on, hunching is a big issue based on poor design. So you buy this product with your own money, and you also end up visiting hospital over and over again. And hunching leaves you with high level of body pain. Like researchers have said, body pain has been credited to be a high source of insomnia, because when you have body pain, you go back home at the end of the day, it interferes with your sleep. You're not able to you sleep, but you didn't really have what you call happy night's rest. It interferes with your sleep, and you come back to work the next day. You find out that because you didn't have a good enough sleep, there's what you call in the body the circadian rhythm. It's called the body clock. So the sleep you owe in the night, then the circadian rhythm of the day, you fall into the day and begin to demand for that sleep you owe during the night, because you have entered the day. And that's why you see people, they're in the meeting, they have what you call micro sleep. Every small thing they doze off. I'm sure you know one of the governors that's very popular in doing this in high level meetings. So this is as a result of hunching. Hunching leaves you with insomnia, and that's a very big issue that leaves you with high level of back pain. You must listen to this. According to the report from Kirsten Pedak of Talent University, said more than 2 billion people use smart devices daily, and hence suffer from an illness that did not exist 2 decades ago. So the more exposed you are to these devices, the more exposed you are to the illnesses that don't even have a name yet, but they exist. So be very careful, because most of these devices were designed without safety or ergonomic safety in mind. So when you see yourself, even on smartphones, most times we're on phones, when you tilt your head like this every day, understand the fact that that's a whole lot of load you are putting on your neck bone, or your vertebral column, and that leaves you with so much pain at the end of the day. So most times, for those of us who keep our hands on our smartphones and we tilt like this, over time it becomes a level of disability that is difficult to repair. So we must be very careful when we use the gadgets that are poorly designed without ergonomic safety in mind, that also lead to deformity on the long run. It leads to irreparable disability. Now, some points we must keep in mind. Note that the average human head weighs 4 to 6 kilograms, which means we balance a bowling ball on the top of our head, of our body each day. So before you start tilting your head, know that you are tilting about 4 to 6 kilograms of weight that actually putting more intense discomfort on your vertebral column. So you must keep this in mind, that an average head weight between 4 to 6 kilograms. So by the time you are keeping this head in an awkward position based on the systems you are using, know that this will definitely come with its own level of pain. If the head is ahead of our shoulders, the muscles in the neck and upper back to work more to keep the head up. And when it's working more, it's playing what you call a compensatory function. And that compensation must be paid for. And what you pay for it with is body pain. So when you are tilting your head or hunching, knowing that you are moving about 6 kilograms of weight is what you are hunching, and that put tension on your shoulders. Okay. For example, tilting our head forward by 15 degrees increases the load on our vertebral column by 13.5 kilograms. And this increases to 25 kilograms if we tilt our head by 45 degrees. So the more we tilt our head, the more the load increases. So understand this when you're tilting your head, so that it's not your fault. The systems were not designed with safety in mind. But here you are. This is where you pay for bills that you did not owe. So you bought the system, but somebody who created the system did not think about your safety, your convenience, your comfort at the design stage, but you're here paying for it. And at the end of the day, you find yourself going in and out of hospitals on the issue of body pain. You didn't cause this, but the system you're using just caused it. But like we said earlier on, those compensatory adjustments, supplementary adjustments, let's look out for them and use them to improve on the system until we're able to see a better design system that taught about ergonomics. According to a study on issues of musculoskeletal disorders on frequent computer users, as published by the Journal of Family Medicine and Primary Care, 47% suffered musculoskeletal disorders, 41.3% suffered neck pain, while 16% suffered wrist pain. So if you look at these studies, whichever way you look at it, so long as you use those systems, you are exposed to varying degree. It depends on how long you use them. And this is where we talk about duration of exposure and frequency of exposure. How long do you sit on your laptop on a daily basis? How often do you sit on the laptop on a weekly basis? So you just look at what you just use that to measure how often you sit and how long you sit on the laptop, because it's better to sit for a while and give yourself a break. That will give your body the chance to recover than sitting on the laptop for 8-9 hours at a stretch without 6 kg of load that you are hunching or tilting. Know what this means to you over a period of time. And this is why most of us, we do our work today. We are so dedicated. We are most of us are turned into workaholic. But remember that everything you do today, there's what you call cumulative health effect of it. You don't pay now, it accumulates. At your retirement, at old age, the effect of what you do with your body today, they start manifesting. So for us to have what you call a restful and pleasurable retirement, we must take cognizance of this exposure that we have in our work with. Yes, we must work, but how do we work in ensuring that we manage these things we are exposed to so that we can still be safe on the long run? So the choice is just of what you want to do with your body right now. But remember, when you break the law of health, you will surely pay for it in the future. It may not be today, but the payment time awaits all of us. You recall the number 4 rule of the Vision Zero Golden Rule talks about building safe systems, safe and healthy systems. That's what the Vision Zero number 4 Golden Rule talks about. So we need to start designing safe systems, and this doesn't come from just all. But even if we bought equipment we use and not safe, if we have what we call safe procurement protocol, we'll procure safe equipment. Start thinking safety within our workplaces. How many of us can recognize this machine? It's called jackhammer. This machine is an excavation machine that has been used for construction for many years. But the truth is that this is one of the most risky machines that is hand used in construction company. This machine vibrates the user for so long. I mean, so long as the machine is on, it sends vibration to your user, and the blood circulation within your fingers, they are restricted. So this is one of the most dangerous machines in construction. But what can we do? For us to be able to control the exposure, replace the machines that are manually handled, that leave people with high risk of exposure, replace kind of functions for mechanical tool. Now, what we have done with this one is that we have used mechanical tool to replace what this man that is handling jackhammer has been going through. What we have done right now with this is that we have used a safe machine to remove human involvement in this process. At the end of the day, we keep our workplace safe. So when we think about health and safety within our system, we will always look for a way to augment. It may not be the best that we want, but we must also find a way to see how we can actually tweak what we have and ensure that we have a system that is safe for everyone. When you use that jackhammer for so long, you are bound to come down what you call the Raynaud syndrome, Raynaud disease. What this means that it affects your hand because the blood circulation when you use that machine, they were all altered. What you have to deal with at the end of the day is you have to go with fingers like this based on that exposure. But remember, if that machine was designed with the man whose hand ended up like this in mind, the man will not be like this. So understand the fact that yes, we have machines that may not have been designed with safety in mind, but we have a responsibility as an organization, as employers, as safety professionals, to replace those machines with safer machines when they are available, so that we can actually mitigate our workers or colleagues ending up in this manner when they leave our system. Then we must also talk about safety in procurement processes, safe procurement, because one thing we should do is that we do not buy products because they are cheap. We buy products because they are safe to use. Let this be a slogan in your system and keep this at the back of your mind. Don't buy products, even in your home, because they are cheap. Buy products on the basis of safety. When you keep that at the back of your mind, you will make a wise decision when you have choices to make between products. Okay, I'm almost rounding up. They also train procurement and purchasing department. If your procurement department don't have knowledge of safety, they will buy products on the basis of affordability and not on the basis of safety. So we also bring procurement people into safety training so that they understand what it means to look out for safe products to buy. Developing safe procurement protocol within the organization. We must, because if we do not, we will leave our worker exposed to high vulnerability of ergonomic malfunction. Then measure users' feedback on assigned tools. When you buy tools you give to users, you stand a chance to also measure what is the feedback. I mean, that's why most times we have safety wears, PPEs that were designed for very cold regions, and you find those PPEs find their way into a temperate region. I've gone to some sites where I see people wearing PPEs that are lined. They are so thick, and these are designed to be used in cold environment. But here we find them in Africa that is hot on its own, and this does not fit in. So you must also learn to get users' feedback. If you have users' feedback, that user will be able to tell you that this PPE, I'm not able to wear it or comply to it most time because when I wear it, I feel so hot and the sun is also hitting me. It doesn't work for me. So you need to also look for users' feedback on the tools you assign to them to use. They also use data and literature review on safety of products, because if you want to buy products, and most of us use that even when we want to check into hotels, we want to book hotels. Don't you do the Google review? You do the review. Same thing also applies to when you are buying a product. Look out for the safety review of that product. What are other people that have used the product? What are they saying about the product? How safe it is? This will guide you on buying safe products. While I close out, I need you to look for this book. It will help you, but it has a whole lot that you can actually Google AdTech Corporation online, and this book, they'll send you a link to download this book. You need this book. If you need to design safely, this book is a guide to you to be able to actually create safe design. They don't charge you for it, it's free. If we want to send you the link, the link can download it and keep in your library. You need to refer to this over and over again when you're creating products and trying to show that the product is useful in terms of design. So thank you so much. These are my references, and thanks for the time, and God bless you. If there are questions, I want to take it now. Thanks.
Presentation. We're so grateful to have you. We have received several comments from people how great they have been impacted with your presentation. Great topic and awesome presentation for all. Kudos to the organizer. The conference is interesting. People are talking about. Someone actually asked a question. I'll just attend to only one question. The person said, what is the difference between SID and SIL? I think the question should be, how do you go about both? Let me ask.
Okay, I got that. Like I said in my presentation, it's same thing, it's same terminology. every country uses it differently. Just like we have some people use HSE, some people use SHE, some people use SHE. I mean, it's same thing. So it's different thing, but the terminology that's adopted by different countries, all that really matters. So, but whatever terminology you use, you are talking about the same thing.
Thank you. Someone asked for the link to design for that book you dropped.
I hope I can have it before we leave. If I have it, I'll share. But if not, just Google that article and you'll see it. But I'll look for it before we leave. I'll share it.
Someone, let me ask the last question. Is that what can we do about the wrong design that exists? Like we having a house built under the power line.
Well, those are clear issues that were done by town planners. I mean, and those are that because, and this is where we must also, like it was discussed earlier on, start bringing government into what we do, to listen to us. And most of those things were done in ignorance. The truth is that our safety space is being opened. A lot of things that we did that were utterly wrong were done out of ignorance. Now we are beginning to realize how unsafe this is. It is better that we understand those things, they are unsafe right now, that we start looking at how to rectify. We may not be able to have 100% remediation, but starting to see what you can do about those things. If it means relocation, whatever you can do, it's a clear issue that we can't just leave them unattended to. One of the key issues that we must have in mind is that when you look, I mean, it was discussed here earlier, when you look at some buildings that were designed, they were designed with only one exit route. But somebody approved those designs, and we didn't see them with the over time. But when we have come to know the risk involved, it's time for us to start making adjustments, creating more routes. So that's why I said earlier on that it would be better if we thought it through to design safety in our product at the point of concept. It is more expensive trying to adjust and put safety in. You may not have 100% result, but whatsoever you can do, there's no harm trying it out. Thank you.
The book name, the name of the book you actually told us to download.
It's Attack.
The name of the book.
Okay, I'll just share it now. Machine design. Okay, actually safety by design, how to build safety into your process.
Allow one person to talk. I want maybe this person to ask the question. Oluwaseun, do you have anything to say? Because we want to allow you to, like, you have something to say, you're not typing. You can unmute. You raise your hand. Okay, you are offline. So let me find another person because we need to move around to the house. I'll have to talk. Esther. You're not talking. Joseph. You raise your hand. So we'll move next to the next speaker. Okay, talk.
Okay. Good afternoon, all. My question is, while on the street or while outside, we observe so many irregularities, and I don't want to say even the safety regulators are not aware, but now the deed has been done. So what are we to do? We're concerned about it. What are we to do? What are the right channels to channel all these things? Like we see some bent poles, some house built under the power lines, so many, even some house very close to the road, that any slight accident, it will run into a building and kill so many people. So where are the right channels? What are the right channels that will channel all these complaints to? And how are we sure that all these things will be taken care of? Thank you.
Okay. It depends on where you live in. If you live in Lagos State Safety Commission has a lot of responsibility in safety within Lagos State. You can channel those complaints to Lagos State Safety Commission. But you agree with me that most of us, all of us, are not from Lagos, are not from Nigeria. There must be a regulatory body, saddled with this responsibility, wherever location you're coming from, that you can channel this to. But the truth is that don't just feel it won't be acted upon. It will be better that you reported this issue and it was not channeled up, it was not acted upon, that you never reported it. But you have what you call guilt if what you saw that was so bad, that was an accident waiting to happen, you didn't report it, and the next day you find out somebody went there, somebody died. How will you feel? So whichever way you can, just keep reporting them as much as you can. I know one day something will be done about it. Okay?
So you. If you have any other question for him, please drop it on the comment section. I'm going to move ahead. Our final speaker, Engineer Adetona.
Adetona is a civil engineer and chartered project manager. She graduated in degree in civil engineering and a master's degree in construction management from the University of Lagos. She has over 20 years cognate experience in construction. Was made a community safety ambassador in 2019 during the work in April 2020. Was honored with a doctorate degree, Doctor of Science, Civil Engineering, and Technological Development from European American University. A quest to advance her social interaction management bodies, British Project Professional Society, United Kingdom, Nigeria, Nigerian Society of Engineers, and so many others. Committees in MSc.
Hello, engineer. Are you there?
Yeah, good afternoon.
Please, you can continue now.
Oh, thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. I'm happy to be here. I say kudos to all the presentations we've had all morning. It's all been very impactful. The panel was very, very deep. I want to say thank you. Well done. You're doing such a great job. I can't even imagine all that you've listened to today. If it had been a paid, presentation conference, I'm sure so much more would have been, it couldn't have been better actually. Thank you so much. The panel was deep. We have Engineer Wale Bakare, Engineer Asen, Engineer Monica. I'm calling everybody engineer because I'm a civil engineer. We have Engineer Jomade, we have Engineer Mrs. Dominga, so many people. You've done such a great job. And I'm happy and blessed to be part of this. I want to say thank you so much for having me. I've had my pen to my paper and I've had about 4 pages filled with so many things, so many insightful new knowledge. Today I learned a new word, and anthropometry. I've not heard of it. Yes, I know ergometry, but anthropometry I have added to my words. Thank you, Mr. AE. Thank you so much. I don't want to waste so many people's time because I know we're getting tired and it's close to lunchtime. So I'm going to go straight into the presentation. I looked at, okay, what are we talking about? Safety in design. This is a conference, yes. What's the theme? What exactly is the focus? Prevention through design, a key in construction safety. Now that is critical to survival of both the environment, the designers, and our world. So I said, okay, what are you talking about, Lola? Engineering considerations in construction. Yes, I'm a civil engineer. I'm happy to be one, and I'm aware of all it takes to have a successful project. So I put some slides together. Please permit me to go through the slides gradually. Wouldn't take so much of your time. This is just introduction of myself, which is very important, and the topic, engineering considerations in construction. So I said, okay, Lola, what actually is the situation as of now? Unfortunately, we had the engineer Badmus Jamil, who is our Jagaban in safety, and they are taking us through so many things, safety in designs. And I said, okay, he actually shared this, and unfortunately I had it as well. So can we look at this in in isolation. This is a critical, and this is what happens to our sites most of the times. Most of the times we end up covering it all. But really, we have construction ongoing and it fails. What do? We start looking for who is responsible. It's not a blame game anymore. It is how do we make sure we don't get there? We have had so many people talk about so many aspects. Some have even wowed me that, wow, you mean this is also part of safety. But how did we get here? I want to say a special appreciation to our incorporated engineer, Akim Dixon. Is a GM and is a very versatile father. He has a passion for safety. We've been on this topic for 2-3 years now. I keep saying, Lola, what are you engineers doing about safety? There was a time he came to me and said, I want to do something about the cinema. Are we giving safety awareness that if there is a failure, if the alarm goes up, where do we run to? How do we leave the exit for the cinema? What are we doing about safety of people? Thank you so much, sir. You're so passionate with safety. And thank you for all that you've been able to do till date. Thank you. Total Work Safety Management. I know a lot about Total Work Safety Management System. I know they're into a lot of safety compliance at work, at home. Make sure you have safety firefighting devices at home. It's as little as fire extinguisher at the corner of your kitchen, at the entrance of your home, somewhere where it is accessible to everyone. So I want to say well done to Total Work Safety. Thank you for putting this together. I know that you're engaged in the provision of work, HSC, and residential facility management services. I know you're also a partner of the Vision Zero, and Vision Zero has come to stay. It is about being conscious of your safety, be conscious of your health, and do something about your well-being. So it is not a one-way traffic. We need to be able to stay alive to keep the work moving. So I want to say thank you, everyone. Thank you for putting this conference together. Indeed, we are grateful. So how did we get here? So much has been discussed. So much has been done. There are still so much to be done. Where is our focus? I'll take us briefly through my slides because of my time. I said, okay, engineering construction. What is engineering construction? So I checked the Wikipedia and it says construction engineering is actually a professional discipline that deals with designing, planning, construction, management of infrastructures. Our infrastructures are roads, our tunnels, our bridges, our airports, our railways, our facilities, our buildings, dam, utilities, and all the projects that we handle. This is what infrastructure entails. The development of the environment amplifies development of our infrastructure. So the level of infrastructural development you have tells you the development of each country. So I said, okay, I'm a civil engineer. What's civil engineering? It's related, it's a field that deals with the practical aspects of projects. Construction engineers learn some of the design aspect of civil engineering as well as project site management aspect. That means for you to be a good civil engineer, you must know something about design, and you must be able to ensure that your designs are carried out successfully. I said there are different aspects of civil engineering which we know. We have design, we have supervision, we have project management, we have water engineering, we have waste and sewage engineering, we have transportation, our highway and road, we have geotechnics, which is our soil mechanics, and so many more. All these aspects must have safety consideration in their works. That means that safety starts from the table. It starts from even the client's brief. Okay, so let's go. What exactly are we considering under safety? So I said, okay, what does safety design entail? And how do we ensure compliance? So I said, safety design is the art and the science of revolving static load, which you call dead load, and dynamic loads, which you call life load of our structures, which all this load will now have to be transmitted through a load path to the foundation. That means that when a structure is constructed, what do we have? We have taken in consideration one, the weight of the load itself, the weight of the materials that you're putting together, the weight of the people, which we call the life load, that would work on the structure? Is it a commercial structure? Is it residential? What's the maximum number of loads that we will have? And all that has been designed in such a way that there's a part, which are the beams and the columns, that will take the load all the way to the foundation, which at the instance of the project must have the soil bearing capacity. It must have the capacity to withstand the transferred load to the foundation. So that is actually what design does. And we must take into consideration safety adequacy of each structural members and the economy of our design. That means we must consider safety at how adequate are the beams, how adequate are the columns, how adequate even our slabs. We have 15, 20, 50 floor story buildings. How do we make sure that they're economical in our design and safety has been taken into consideration? Okay, so I said the discipline of structural engineering design consider the safety of the public, the safety to the environment, and continued safety performance of structural members. Once the structural members fails, there is a high likelihood that your structure will collapse. So we need to make sure that all structural members are taken into consideration during the design. There's a factor of safety that we allow after we have done all our designs to make sure that we allow some tolerance for sustainability of our structure. So I said there's a phenomena for factor of safety applied to materials, mechanical strength properties, and estimated structural load in another level of safety control. That means that we have allowed some factor of safety in our design to make sure that, okay, if the load that is applied is more than what we have designed for, how will this structure behave? Will it collapse immediately? Will it take it to another level? We look at fire safety, for instance. We allow a tolerance fire rating of about 1 hour, 2 hours for concrete structures, for doors and other finishes, maybe an hour or 2 hours. It depends on what the structure is meant for. So all these are factors that we take into consideration during the designs that we embark upon. So I said, okay, all care is required in the representation of the design, on drafting of construction documents, and safe reinforcement by detail. You can't afford to have mistake. We must have, apart from precision, we must have inspection carried out on every structural element that we design. So I said, okay, safety methods of construction towards zero incidents during construction period and delivery of perfect construction. That means that all this grammar about structural design is aimed towards zero incidents during the construction period and delivering a perfect project that will last the test of time. Some people say concrete structures are designed to have a life period of 50 years. Some say it is 25, 30. I believe it is the functions of those structures that determine. So I said, okay, let's even look at what is trending these days. It is collapse. And I looked at some, I have, let's put at the back of our mind, one side, let's look at safety. On the other hand, let's look at our structures and our design. So my next slide, I'm saying, okay, this is a concrete pier supporting a bridge. What happened? Why are the concrete spalling? This is obviously a failure. Is it a failure due to inadequate safety considerations? Look at the figure 2. This is a column that the reinforcements have given way due to inadequate lap length. There's a design factor for this length of lapping in our designs. You can notice that the roof member has actually failed, it has fallen. That is how we can see that, okay, even at the point of joints, look at even the links around these reinforcement bars. They look as if they don't exist. So these are a lot of things that engineers consider during their design. What should be the actual size of this reinforcement bars? What is the actual size of the links? What should be the lap length for this lapping of concrete? What should be the grade of the concrete? But if you look at this concrete, it looks as if there is no quartz aggregate inside. I mean, granite is quartz aggregate. It looks at this, it's just sharp sand, which is sharp, sand, quartz aggregate, and we have a smooth aggregate in this. So that is areas that we look at. Now I said into reinforcement. Look at these reinforcements. These reinforcements are obviously ductile. You can see a rebar opening up into two. So tell me, what is the tensile strength of this rebar? Is it as designed? For us to design, you design for this, the strength of your concrete, which you call concrete grade, depending on the life and the durability and the strength of your structure. Then we look at the tensile strength of the reinforcement bar. Please tell me, without usage, if you see your tonnage of reinforcement having this typical opening, I mean, what can be the designs, what can be the tensile strength of this reinforcement? Look at a reinforcement gone bad. You're supposed to have elasticity and longevity for reinforcement bar. It's already cracking without being in use. These are failed rebars that have not even been put in practice. I said, okay, we see this every other day. What really should be the standard? This is the standard. These are what our reinforcement bars should look like. We have 8 mm, we have 10 mm, we have 12 mm, we have 16 mm, we have 20 mm, we have 25, we have 32, and it increases in size. These are standard reinforcement bars that you look at it and you're happy with yourself that these reinforcement bars will meet the design tensile strength without any issues. So I said, okay, what again do you want to talk about? I said, let's look at what is happening in our environment these days. One, just in the month of May, we had one of our government, local government, construct water structure in Jos Plateau State. And everybody was happy. I mean, they went on media, social media to say, yes, we thank the government for providing water. And a week after the construction, the over 8 tank, look at it, came crashing down and killed 3 children that were fetching water at the point of at the water source. This happened just in the month of May. The government intervened and said they will look into the matter. Well, maybe they made compensation payment to the families of the lost children, but how long can we keep taking this? And I said, okay, well, let's look at another one. This is a typical building collapse, showing that the building actually caved in the middle. This is serious sharing. And what happened? Who do you think will have survived this collapse? I won't even talk about the present one going on, still under investigation. Do you think this could have happened to just any building? What happened? Every building is supposed to give you a notification, a sign that it's going to crash so that you can leave the building. We have Lagos State LASMA, Lagos State Building Control Agency, marking buildings, marking them for demolition, and it says that we build this, we bring down these buildings due to the signs. But is it possible? The governments are going, the occupants are going to meet known personnel and say, they can't build out my building. This building has been in existence for 20 years. It's what my family live on. And then they cancel such things. Look at this. This happened just last month when a video went viral. I remember one of the facilitators talking about journalism. I think it was Engineer Akim Mustafa that talked about investigative journalism and how the media can be involved in what we do. A young man witnessed a construction gone bad in Edo State, Akoko Edo, and made noise about it. And it went viral. He was using his hand to break the asphalt in a constructed road project, a road project that cost 30 million. And they said it was they called it zonal intervention project, that it was not a project for the government and it was just intervention. But what is what doing is what doing right. The drainages where he was using hand to flake up the plaster on a drainage wall, which should have been constructed in reinforced concrete walls or even block wall. And we wonder, okay, you can see, I don't know, you can see this portion showing the red, that they just plastered, I'm trying to zoom in, they just plastered the red art and turned that into a drainage. Tell me how many seasons of rainfall we will have before this comes crashing down. It's so much. We can't just keep talking about it. So I said, okay, let's even look at what are we focusing in engineering in our construction process. I said, okay, safety considerations. Engineering construction includes processes that ensure project accomplishment. We said, who are those involved? We have the client, who is the owner of the project, who gives a brief. I want to build the house. I want it to be 10 floors. I want to use it for commercial building. I want to live in one of the floors. I want to be able to do this. I want a lift in the middle. I want a helipad at the extreme top. I want a swimming pool on my ninth floor. So it gives a brief. Then he selects a consultancy team that starts putting together, okay, let's use this architect, let's use this. And the architect comes up with a drawing, which is subject to approval. Then the approved drawing is sent to the structural engineers who saw his own designs, detailings, and all that. I know that engineer, he said a lot about this as well when he talked about how aesthetics affects our designs. We find that on most drawings that some columns some columns are meant to be in locations that are really critical. And then the architect comes and said, no, I don't want columns in my room. I want a free span. And then the challenges come. We have some columns that even are falling in the middle of the windows. And the architect will be saying, no, I want my window to supersede the location of your column. I mean, these are challenges that we all go through. That's why I support that. We have stakeholders meeting and involvement where we all sit together and analyze the structure. But at what stage does this happen? Early in the buildings, or when the buildings have been approved? So when the drawings have been approved, we have done all detailing and we have moved to site. And then the scope starts creeping. We start having change orders and the construction starts moving out of focus because a lot is going out of the design. We said, okay, we start construction, the design, then we need to ensure that specifications are explicit, no secrets. If this is the specification for concrete, let it be well spelled out. If this is my specification for any item, even the finishes, at the start of the project, let us have explicit specification. We always have that challenge. We always need to go back to one architect or go back to somewhere looking for what is not there. We need to monitor at every stage our materials, our labor, our processes, our progress of work. Engineer Jami spoke about the 5 Ps, the planning, the proper planning, the implementation, the processing, and all whatnot. At what stage do we consider? It is actually at every milestone stage that we need to do a review of the project brief. We need to ensure that quality control and assurance are taken into consideration at every step of construction and design. We need to be explicit about safety procedures, manual of operations. Usually we have now the Lagos State Safety Commission asking for, what's your safety profile? What's your safety statement? What's your safety document for the project? But it doesn't end there. We can put together a perfect, beautiful safety document, but are we ensuring enforcement? Are we ensuring that these buildings are built according to the safety procedure? Yes, I heard so much today about having one fire exit. We don't even have fire exit. We have one way entrance into buildings, same way out. No, every building, if it is residential, should have a minimum of 2. One from the main entrance. The kitchen always have an exit. But apart from there should be another exit that is probably blocked from inside, because you find out that there was an incident, sometimes there was a fire incident at the main entrance, and the only exit has been locked up for 2-3 years, and you don't even know where the padlock or where the key is. So it should be accessible. Lock it from inside. Make sure that you can have access to it if there's an emergency. Where are our safety fire extinguishers located? Are they in the kitchen? Are they in the toilets? Are they where we expect fire outbreak? Do we even have smoke detectors in our ceilings anymore? You know, these are areas we need to look at. There was a video I saw this morning. It was the Ebano supermarket in Abuja. A 9-year-old girl set fire on a big supermarket with goods worth over 5 billion naira. And she did it with striking, what's it called? A lighter. She went into the supermarket early in the morning around 7 o'clock, went to where the set of lighters are kept for sale. And she lighted one and used it to light a fabric. And then it started catching fire. And nobody saw it because it's not, the regular inspection was not being done. People were walking up and down, but that row was not being given attention. Yes, it is on the CCTV camera, but somehow nobody went there. Okay, when eventually they noticed the fire, it took another 30 minutes, an hour for the fire service to get there. What happened if they have this fireball, or if they use this fire extinguishing and attack the fire even at the point, at the base of explosion? We said, okay, we do fire drills. How regularly do we do fire drills? Do we know where the muster points are in our organization? Are they well spelled out? Do we service these things? The fire extinguisher is supposed to be serviced in a period of 3 months. There are 2 types. There is the CO2, there is the dry gas. How we need to have both because they have different functions. What awareness do we have for all this? Even in our design, even in our buildings, we have water hose. Do we service them at the point at which we need to put out the fire? Do we pull the hose and find out that it has been stuck there for years because they have not been used? Do we pull it out and find out that there's even no water in the water line? What are we doing? Yes, I came up with this and I said, okay, this is something I need to share. The concrete that we do now and the Roman structures, what is happening? We have Roman structures over 2,000 years still standing strong. And we have concrete members that we construct now, and they're saying the lifespan is 25, 50 years. What are we not getting right? What are we not doing? Is it not that we're not having enough research? Is it that we're not doing innovative construction anymore? We need to go back to research. We need to go back to our drawing tables and find out what exactly we're not getting right anymore. So I said, okay, let's look at site process. I've said so much. What are the responsibilities of the site team? The owner is the owner of the project. It provides the funds. He doesn't want to lose a kobo. He says, okay, he refused the work. He also has a responsibility to review the project, to go to the project site, to look out for what he desires. He has a picture in his head because he gave the brief. He needs to have also his own, what we call client representatives on the project that is representing his interests and make sure that the project is well inspected. I said we have a team of consultants. The consultants are contracted for periodic inspections. That's what consultants do. They make sure that the codes and standards are followed suit, and they ensure that regular inspections of every stage, of every member, of every milestone is carried out, of every element of work. You need to inspect. I said the consultant must require engineering sub-consultants to inspect the work for which they are professionally responsible. Talking about professionalism, we spoke about current today, NSC. Current is Council for the Regulation of Engineers in Nigeria. We have the Nigerian Society of Engineers. We have the Nigerian Institution of Civil Engineers. We have NI Safety, Nigerian Institution of Safety Engineers. We have a lot of these engineering bodies. Even current has an evaluation and regulatory monitoring team that are expected to go to self-construction sites and ensure that compliance is done. And how do you ensure compliance? Inspection. You can never have too much of inspection of the works being done. I said, okay, the contractor is responsible for the work performed by subcontractors, and he should ensure conduct review of the work to ensure confirmation with contract requirements. The contractor may also be responsible for conducting preliminary inspection. Okay, agreed. Now we have a dedicated inspection team. That is critical. The independent agencies may be engaged by the owner. It could be required to inspect and test specific aspects of the work, such as compaction of fields to ensure that total complete compaction is achieved, to cast in place concrete. How do we ensure inspection of concrete is achieved? Roofing assemblies. How do we ensure our roof does not come crashing down after installation? Mechanical, electrical, gas piping systems. You can't have too much of inspection. Other parties which may also be involved can be LASMA. I said no, LABSCA. This should be LABSCA. Apologies. LABSCA is the building construction. It is LASMA are the ones on the road ensuring traffic maintenance. We also spoke about that in highway and road design. We have transportation, highway and road design under the Nigerian Society of Engineers who are into sustainability of the roads. How do we make sure that potholes are immediately arrested? How do we make sure that while driving, we can get rid of unexpected accidents? How do we ensure that a traffic monitoring system are in place? But I'm not even going into the road aspect. I'm even looking at buildings. How regularly, before, there's something we used to call house inspectors. In Yoruba, we call them wole wole. What were they doing? They were going to houses, inspection, making sure that there is maintenance of even after construction building. How regularly do we measure cleaning of the environment, sweeping, cleaning our drainages, cleaning the roads, ensuring that our buildings, the weeds growing at the corners of our columns, the weeds growing at the edges of our slabs, how are we removing them? There are bed nets here and there. Are they not obstructing the flow of rainwater in our roof channels? So many things. We don't have that anymore. Yes, we have replaced it with environmental sanitation, but what do we do on environmental sanitation days? We stay in our rooms and we sleep all through. We need to come out. We need to ensure sustainability. Safety starts from each and every one of us. And we need to make sure that we are our safety officials. We ourselves are our safety inspectors. We need to make sure that we are conscious. Where does safety personnel belong and what are their functions? I try to ask that just to open up our minds that really safety is everybody's business and we are all involved. We need to take ownership. I know that Engineer Akim spoke about tradesmen and so many downline construction personnel that needs to be part of what we do. And I totally agree. Each and every one of us need to take ownership of our projects. We need to take ownership of the responsibility of delivering a good and successful project. When a project collapses, there's a psychological impact. There's an economical impact. There is debt. There is noise. There is unrest. Can we do without this? Yes, we can. So let us look at ourselves. Let us tell ourselves, look, we can do this. I try to also say that what are the factors to be considered in construction engineering? And today, my focus is inspection. I know a lot of people have spoken about economic safety in design. We're talking about a lot, but my focus and my encouragement to each and every one of us now, inspection. We are all inspection officers. Make sure that we don't see a building going bad and we look away. It's property. No, we need to intervene. We need to be sure that the right personnel are on the right project. We have lots of non-qualified builders, which we call quacks, on our projects now. How did they get there? Because the engineers went to sleep. Because we failed to take ownership of what is ours. So we created a vacuum. And we know that we cannot have a vacuum. A vacuum will always be filled up. So the quacks came in and found out, wow, this is a juicy area. Let's take advantage of it. And that is what is happening. So I'm saying that please construction is not limited to civil engineering, but all other aspects of engineering, which includes mechanical, electrical, geotechnics, water and waste engineering, and so many more, even transportation. And together we can achieve the development of our environment if we're focused on inspections. I said, okay, inspection procedures at all stages, all stages of construction, all stages of design, we require inspection. I should have written this inspection in capital letters to focus that is what is key. The procedures associated with inspection and testing must be carried along with safety consideration at every stage. We have two platforms, two WhatsApp platforms, or I belong to two MNI Safety E platforms, the national, the Lagos state. And on it, they talk about safety, safety consideration, how members are going out to ensure that there's awareness about safety. Please let us take this to ongoing construction. Let us take it to even awareness on the streets. Let us advocate for safety. Let us be sure that every engineer is a safety representative. Every engineer should be a registered safety personnel at the beginning of every day. Every job, there must be a toolbox meeting. A toolbox meeting, apart from the fact that you're giving the workers a consciousness that somebody is watching out for you. Somebody is making sure that you are really ready and kitted for the job. For the technical aspect of the job, we should have inspectors. Before you use a crane, you should have 3, 4, 5, 6 people inspecting all the parts all the time. Before you climb your scaffold, you must have inspectors. They tag it, you tag it red when it is unsafe, you tag it green when it is safe. We have inspectors, we have enough knowledge. All we just need is to put this knowledge into actualization. It's to take ownership. And all of us are encouraged to be inspection professionals, in general contractor inspector, be a relevant subcontractor, be a supplier inspector. The grade of granite being delivered, is it the grade for that specific structural element? Are you using chippings for concrete elements because the reinforcement bars are too close? Are we constructing beams and they're asking, what are we doing right? I know my time is almost past, Ben, so I will not take so much of your time again. I said every stage of the work involves serious inspection and then approval. When an element is confirmed approved, there should be a green tag tagged you to so that yes, it has been approved and then it can be used. So finally, I said concrete construction. We watched a video earlier and I said, what could have gone wrong? If you look at the video again, I said we have the owners, we have the consultant, we have the contractor, we have site safety officers, we have QC, quality control and quality assurance team, we have approval officers, we have the umbrella, we have families. Okay, so let me look at the video again. I said, when something like this happens, who takes the blame game? Who is actually responsible? Who is responsible? Look at the way an ongoing construction goes down. Do you know how many lives are affected? Can you see the sharp point of these reinforcement bars? Do you know how many could have affected? See people scrapping for their life. All of us are responsible. It's not the safety officer because it is not the design, it is not the site, and it is each and every one of us that is responsible. Just like Engineer Jami said again, we look in the mirror. The man you see is responsible for your destiny, is responsible for your success, is responsible for your making it in life. So each and every one of us need to go back to the drawing table and say, look, I'm going to be an inspection officer. I'm going to get this right. I'm going to make sure I do advocacy for every area that safety is involved. And I said, okay, how do I say thank you? And I looked through my archive and I found a picture of a Engineer Dr. Akim Dixon, the DG that I know, and so many other personnel during the 2018 Safety Consideration Conference, which is an annual event which we do. And I was made a safety personnel. This has helped me a lot. It has given me a badge. So I'm now a safety sheriff. I have the right to enter any site and say, look, who is the site engineer here? What safety advocacy are you doing? What safety consideration are you taking into your design? And I'm encouraging each and every one of us that we are all safety inspectors. We are all safety professionals. The time to sit down look has passed. This is the Sorosoke era. Let us Sorosoke and have our voices heard. And on this note, I say thank you, everyone. Thank you for giving me this opportunity.
Engineer
Thank you, Total
Thank you,
safety conference. Indeed, I am grateful. Thank you
we
very much.
we have a question for you. What can we do under the professional regulation of builders addressing the building construction failure? In case people are using bad product, what can we do under the builder regulation? The people will be using bad products to build.
Obviously.
Asked by Madam Olufunke.
Obviously, we have bad products. We have bad products everywhere. And that is why we say you must test your materials before you use them. We have the Lagos State Safety, we have the Lagos State Public Works Corporation where we have the test. You can test your water, you can test your sand, you can test your ground, you can test all elements of concrete, you can test your reinforcement bars. I have been to the test lab and I see the equipment that they are calibrated and they are up to standard. You need to have every material, including the water. It is good drinkable water that we use for construction, not gutter water that is muddy and dirty. You need to carry out slump tests for every concrete batching that you make. You need to carry out concrete cubes so that you can test the compressive strength test to make sure that the designed test meets the actual concrete that you have produced, so that if it is not what is required, then you need to break the element before it gets too late. So please let us make friends with all these Lagos State material testing laboratories. We have private accredited laboratories a lot. Let us make friends with them. Let us make sure that even we have testing laboratories. When you give me a sample of sand, fine aggregates, I will test it. I will do a sieve analysis. I'll be sure that, okay, even my sand, even the granite, I will specify to you the grade of granite that I need to achieve the grade of concrete that has been specified. That is why we say use registered professionals who has a stake in the construction, who can say,
okay,
yes,
we have another.
If I don't get it right, my license to practice will be withdrawn. Yes.
Thank you, ma. We have another question for you. As a safety professional, we see unsafe heart condition every day. Example, people working at height without PPE. We cannot walk into the site and stop work because we're not empowered by the law to do so. What can we do as a safety professional to stop so that accidents will happen on site?
Thank you very much. I will tell you here authoritatively that every one of us has been authorized to do that. There is a section in Lagos State Safety Commission now. They have safety sheriffs that they have each district under a safety professional that is responsible for, okay, I'm covering Lagos Bariga. I can walk into any site within that jurisdiction and ask that I see their safety plan and ask to see the safety professional, and even ask that they shut the site if the compliance is not met. So it's not business as usual anymore. Lagos State has done so much, and I give kudos to the existing DG and all the DGs that have worked there, even Engineer Akim Dixon that thought about the Vision Zero, that says everybody must work and get home safe. So now there's a department in Lagos State Safety Commission that is responsible to me. So anybody can walk to any site. And if you're not happy with what is happening, make a phone call. The DG's phone call is available to everyone. And with that, the site will be inspected.
Thank you.
And
Thank you, man.
We are no more at the 0 level anymore.
Yes,
we have
just
taken up. We might not be there yet, but we are not at 0.
Thank you. Maybe Dayo Edufunke just confirmed that we are in the Sorosuke era, that people need to speak up. If you have any question, please raise your hand. We are going to only 2 questions now before we round up the session.
It is really the Sorosuke era. People need to have their voices here. We can't bury we can't look away anymore. We can't say it's not my father's house. So whatever happens, I don't care. The client has, you might be in that project on the day it will fail.
Okay, Joseph, you can speak now, please.
Good afternoon once again. Now, I am so concerned about the people, the streets, the people on the street. The laborers, the electricians, the welders, who are very exposed to this hazard and on their daily basis. You see, we professionals, or we that work with companies, we have more than enough protection. But these guys, they don't have any protections, and they don't even have this knowledge of safety. Now, my question or my opinion is there no way we can bring this safety down to the street? Is there no way we can inspect all these that we know down to the street, to the layman, so that they can get a little of this? Most of these guys, they don't even wear boots, they don't wear adapts, they don't wear glasses, they don't wear googles when they are doing welding. And it affects their daily lives. And these people, they have families that they are taken for. In fact, the hazard we see on the street is way more than the hazard we see even in our companies and in our factories. Hazard that are recorded, hazard of these laborers who die on site, and they keep news. Nobody talks about it. These people who are on site who do laboring work, the plumbers, even the electricians who go to the pole to plumb the pole and fix lights. So many people that died underground we don't know about. So I don't know if there's a way we can create awareness to these people, if there's a way we can talk to them on the street, if there's a way we can communicate to them in the language that they will understand. And in my knowledge, I know some of these professionals, some of these people, they have their meetings, like they call them welders, the Alimosho welders, or Ikotu welders, and all of that. Even the laborers, you can go to their meetings and talk safety to them. And I'm sure they will listen to us. So to reduce, to minimize, or to avoid this unforeseen or all these hidden death hazards. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Lola, can you attend to that question?
Yes. And I will say that the ball stops at, what's the name of the person that just said something? I think
Joseph. Yeah.
The ball is in your court. It is in everybody's court. Who are those on the street? It is us. When we see something not being done, then let us say it. If I am a welder and I don't use my safety goggles, for God's sake, whose eyes are going to go bad? We are all on this advocacy trip together. Not one person can do. I know that a lot is being done. I'm aware that the same Lagos State Safety Commission went to the garages just last month to do some advocacy that people should stop selling alcoholic drinks at the bus stops, and drivers should stop drinking this. There's a lot to be done. We can't say, let NSC go and do it. Let engineers. It is all of us. We need to take care. Nobody takes care of you for you. You will take care of you for yourself. If they don't give you safety helmet, 1,000 naira. And make sure that you put it on. When you buy it for workers, I've been on the side that workers use their safety helmet to fetch water, to pour on concrete for mixing. How now? The client has provided your PPEs, and then you turn it to what? You will give them safety boots. They won't wear it. They said that they want to use their hand, that they don't get over new Tony J. How now? You give them gloves. They said they are not used to it. So all of us will do the advocacy ourselves, and then nobody takes care of you for you. You want to go home at the end of the day and you see a truck coming. You are the one that will jump away from the front of the truck. Nobody will come pick you. So let's do the advocacy and look, let's take care of ourselves. We are all responsible. Let's not wait for any government to come and tell us that rain is going to fall, take umbrella. No, if we see the rain is falling and we don't have an umbrella, let us hide where there is shelter. That's what I'm saying. It's a good one, but yes, we need to do a lot of advocacy, but we're trying. I'm aware that NSC Keja branch went to Festa, to the local government office in Festa where they were doing a construction, and met with the workers, the welders, the carpenters, the iron benders, all of them. They stopped them from working for 3 hours and did a safety talk with them, and I was opportune to be there. That's how I know. And we gave them reflective jackets, tell them when to wear it, gave them safety boots and all. But one person can't do it all. It's a big thing. So every one of us must take it upon ourselves and carry the responsibility. Thank you, madam. I don't know if anybody else has something to say, but it is.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Omolola, Engineer Dr. Omolola Adetono. We really appreciate you. On that comment about taking the safety to the streets, I would just allow one safety professional to talk, to be able to tell us more about what we have been doing so far as regard that. Can we have Azambi talk, please? Is it online?
Yes, he's an authority in that field.
It is not online, then Madam Odika, can you talk on that, please? Taking the safety to the streets.
Yeah.
They're not online. All right. Thank you.
If engineer Akim Mustafa was online, he will have to give us more about this, because I know he said something about what are the downliners doing? What are we doing?
All right, thank you, ma'am.
We bring to you the International Vision Zero in Safety, Health and Wellbeing Conference 2021 with the theme from safety and health problems to practical solutions in construction and related industry. The International Vision Zero Conference 2021 has been designed to bring together a wide spectrum of stakeholders for a 2 days and mind stimulating session on issues that border on safety, health and well-being of employees and employers in the construction sector and related industry. This conference is organized by ISAC section in Prevention Construction Industry, OSH Africa, Total Workplace Safety Management System, OHSM, and DGUV, and is strongly supported by 7 different ISAC sectors, which includes prevention in the mining industry, information for prevention, prevention in transportation, electricity, gas, and water, prevention in the chemical industry, and trade, goods, logistics, and port handling. The ISA International Social Security Association is the world's leading international organization for social security institutions, government departments, and agencies. For more concerning this conference, please visit our website, www.ibconference.com, for more information. Thank you. So I would hand over to Mrs. Ad for the closing remarks of the conference. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for staying with us through this conference. Unfortunately, we have come to the end of this amazing conference. On behalf of TWPS, it is my pleasure to make a few closing remarks and express my gratitude to everyone who made this event a success. I want to say a massive thank you to our speakers, Engineer Jamil Badmus, Engineer Idris Bamidele, Mr. Ayi Eden, Engineer Lola Adetono, for giving us a part of your time and sharing your knowledge on this subject matter. We are immensely grateful. We also want to thank our panelists, Mrs. Dominga Martins Odebumi, Wale Bakari, Mr. Akim Mustafa, Ms. Monica Nwosu, Hassan B. Azan, and Engineer Jumade Adejola. We say a very big thank you for enlightening us. Your inputs were indeed invaluable in making this event a success. To all our attendees, our participants, I would like to say, without you, this program would not be possible. So we say a very big thank you to you. It is my sincere duty to thank everyone today. I hope you have learned a lot from this conference. TWPS as an organization will continue to strive to bring safety awareness to everyone and also make positive changes. And before we close this event, I would like to remind every one of us to always prioritize safety and live consciously. So have a blessed day.
Thank you, everyone, for joining this conference. We appreciate you on behalf of TWPS. Thank you. This is the end of the conference. We appreciate you. Thank you very, very much. If you have any questions, you can send your email to info@twps.com.ng. Thank you very much. Thank you.